Hey guys. Tonight, we unravel a story carved deep into the bones of a divided nation. You're standing in a damp cotton field. The summer heat soaked into the soil, while distant church bells ring across a sleepy southern town. Somewhere, a steam train whistles into the twilight, headed north, toward factories that never sleep. The tension is so thick, it feels like even the livestock are holding their breath. You're about to fall headfirst into the epic, tragic, and sometimes downright bizarre story of the American Civil War. And heads up, you probably won't survive this one. Between the musket balls, the gangrene, and the fact that deodorant hasn't been invented yet, let's just say comfort was not on the 1860s bingo card. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, post your location and the local time down below. I love knowing where and when you're drifting off from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You lean against the fence post of a crumbling frontier farm, eyes narrowing as two Americas stretch out before you. To the north, a whirring machine of commerce. Smokestacks puffing in rhythm. Trains linking cities. And newspapers running hot with reform. To the south, a slower pulse. Cotton fields blanketing vast estates. Enslaved people laboring in silence beneath the eye of overseers. And towns where time hasn't so much moved forward as it has dozed off in a rocking chair. The gap between these two regions has always been their cultural, economic, even spiritual, but by the 1850s, it's become a gaping canyon, and you can feel the rumble of something getting ready to fall in. Slavery is the fault line. It always has been. Despite the polite political tap dancing of compromise after compromise, you hear it in Congress, where debates get so heated that a representative actually gets beaten unconscious with a cane on the Senate floor. That's not metaphor. That's Preston Brooks nearly killing Charles Sumner over an anti-slavery speech. So yeah, things are getting a little spicy. You drift through drawing rooms where Southern plantation owners sip mint juleps and convince themselves slavery is a positive good, while abolitionist pamphlets are being smuggled into border states like they're subversive contraband. Every Sunday, churches split over the issues. Even God gets caught in the middle of this feud. Historians still argue whether religion fueled the fire or merely tried to contain it. Either way, you're in pews where Bibles are quoted on both sides with equal self-righteous thunder. Meanwhile, you hear a whisper rising in the north. It comes from creaky pulpits, printing presses, and creaking floorboards of Underground Railroad safehouses. You follow that whisper to Frederick Douglass, whose voice shakes the air at abolitionist rallies, or to Harriet Beecher Stowe, whose little book, Uncle Tom's Cabin, becomes a cultural nuke. Southerners hate it. Northerners pass it hand to hand. And Lincoln will later joke that she started the war with it. He's half kidding. Maybe. Now you hop aboard a Mississippi riverboat headed south. The passengers are a strange mix: cotton barons, gamblers, and enslaved children playing with rag dolls on the lower deck. As the boat glides past sprawling plantations, you realize the South's wealth and sense of superiority rests entirely on the backs of humans treated as property. Quirky fact: some of these plantations had wallpaper made from imported French silk. but still use chamber pots. Priorities: you move forward a few years. Past election cycles, where slavery is the elephant and donkey in the room. The Missouri Compromise. The Compromise of 1850. The Fugitive Slave Act, they're all stopgaps. Patches on a dam cracking from pressure. Each time Congress tries to hold the Union together, the political glue smells more like desperation. And you? You're standing ankle-deep in that leaking reservoir, wondering when the flood hits. Then comes the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, which basically throws a lit match into a room full of gunpowder. It allows new territories to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery popular sovereignty, they call it. But what it really means is, blood will spill in places most Americans can't find on a map. And that's just foreshadowing. Back in Washington, you witness presidents tiptoeing through landmines. Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, James Buchanan, they all inherit the crisis and promptly do almost nothing. Historians still argue whether they were paralyzed by fear, political cowardice, or a tragically misguided belief that the problem would solve itself. Spoiler, it won't. You trail behind enslaved people escaping under moonlight, following quilt codes stitched with secret directions, hiding in attics, risking death for a slice of northern freedom. But freedom isn't exactly welcoming. Northern racism isn't as violent. Maybe. But it's still deeply embedded. Even many abolitionists want to end slavery, but don't necessarily support equality. It's complicated. It's messy. And it's getting worse. Then you peer into the volatile stew of American identity, the myth of the self-made man, the sacredness of states' rights, and the idea that compromise is the nation's superpower. But what happens when the compromise becomes a moral failing? When half the country believes it's protecting liberty, and the other half thinks it's fighting for survival? That's not just ideological tension, that's war preheating in the oven. And you feel it in the air. In taverns, rail depots, even at dinner tables. The talk is no longer if there'll be war, but when. You can't unsee it now. You pass a boy selling newspapers on a street corner in New York, yelling, "Union to fracture," and an old man whittling a cane in Georgia, saying, "It's coming. Child, just you wait." Oh, meanwhile, cotton is king. Southern exports are filling European factories, and planters feel untouchable. They call the North greedy, arrogant, and disconnected. They call themselves the defenders of tradition. But what they don't realize is how deeply the world is changing faster than any plantation can keep up with. By the time you reach the eve of Lincoln's election in 1860, you're exhausted by the tension. You've watched the country twist itself into ideological yoga just to avoid the inevitable. And now, the rope is fraying, with Lincoln's name on the ballot in only northern states, and zero support from the South. It's no surprise when secession becomes more than bluster. But don't worry, we're just getting warmed up, or maybe chilled down, depending on whether you're sleeping in a canvas tent outside Richmond or a creaky boarding house in Boston. Either way, night's falling on this fragile union and you're stuck in the middle of its last quiet breath before the storm. You wake to the smell of ash and horses. Somewhere nearby, a blacksmith hammers against steel, the rhythmic clank echoing like a metronome, counting down to war. In town, shop windows are cluttered with ribbons, muskets, and broadsheets, their headlines barking north or south, union or states' rights. You step into the crowd and realize the country isn't just arguing about politics anymore. It's choosing sides, down to the shirts on their backs and the bread on their plates. The divide isn't just moral or philosophical. It's economic, cultural, and increasingly personal. To understand how this great unraveling began, you walk through two Americas, developing in peril alone, riding the tide of industrialization, the other shackled to cotton. In the north, cities are mushrooming. You hear the grind of gears, the scream of factory whistles, and the clatter of new railroads cutting through forests and farmland like mechanical arteries. Immigrants from Ireland and Germany pour into bustling urban centers like New York, Boston, and Chicago, chasing jobs and escaping famine. With them come new cultures, new tensions, and an appetite for progress. The North, for all its flaws, is moving forward, like it's got a train to catch. Now pan southward. The air thickens, slower and sweeter, laced with magnolia and smoke. There are fewer cities here, fewer railways, and a stubborn pride in that fact. Plantations rule the economic landscape, and with them, slavery. You see the numbers etched in ledgers: 4 million enslaved people by 1860, making up nearly 1/3 of the South's total population. Cotton, picked by hand and exported by ship, makes up the lion's share of U.S. exports. The South is a one-crop economy with a single tragic foundation, and it knows it. But here's the thing: most white Southerners don't actually own slaves. A quirky but crucial fact only: about a quarter of Southern families were slaveholders. Yet even poor farmers often defended the institution as if it were their own golden goose. Why? Because the system propped up a racial and social hierarchy where even the poorest white man could feel superior to someone. It was psychological armor, clung to fiercely. You step into the parlor of a wealthy Southern family, where velvet drapes shield guests from the heat and conversations hover over brandy and talk of states' rights. Not human rights states' rights. The phrase becomes a catch-all, the polite veneer for deeper fears. Fear of abolition, of change, of a world where white supremacy is no longer guaranteed. Historians still argue whether this mantra was genuine principle or strategic camouflage, but either way, it fueled secessionist fever, like whiskey in a dry throat. Meanwhile, back in northern cities, industrialists grumble about Southern dependence on slavery, but also secretly enjoy the cheap raw materials it provides. There's a strange dance of judgment and complicity. Northern banks finance Southern plantations. Northern ships carry Southern cotton. You sit at a Boston cafe, where abolitionist newspapers are read with one hand, while the other rests on a ledger of cotton futures. Welcome to moral ambiguity. 1860 edition. But while the South pours its soul into cotton, the North invests in diversity of economy, not necessarily of people. You walk through a textile mill in Lowell, Massachusetts, where young women known as mill girls work long hours for meager pay. The clatter of looms nearly drowns out their conversations about suffrage and abolition. Industry brings exploitation, but also education. unionization, and reform. It's messy, loud, and full of contradictions, just like the Union itself. And the railroad. Don't forget the railroad. In the North, rails multiply like roots under the skin of the land. Steel tracks stretch from the Atlantic coast to the edge of the prairie, binding cities and factories into a humming network of movement. The South has railroads too, but fewer, shorter, and poorly connected. When war comes, this logistical difference will matter more than all the Confederate bravado in Richmond. You take a train from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, then ride a canal boat through Ohio, watching cargo shift from coal to pigs to rifles. The North is flexing a new kind of muscle, industrial power. It builds guns, uniforms, ships, sometimes all in the same neighborhood. Southerners scoff at this mechanical chaos. But you can feel it. Whoever controls the engines controls the war. Now, flash back to the frontier. Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, places still being hammered into identity. Here, settlers clash, not just over land, but over the soul of the nation. Will these new territories allow slavery? Will they align with cotton or commerce? Armed gangs answer with bullets. You pass cabins torched to the ground, and fields where crops rot beside corpses. This isn't theory. It's blood on the border. You sit at a dinner table in Charleston, where conversation turns to abolitionist pamphlets, slipping into town like unwanted ghosts. A worried planter eyes his enslaved butler, unsure if he's been reading. Paranoia brews, and whispers of rebellion spread faster than truth. You learn that rumors alone could lead to public lashings, or worse. And yet, resistance simmers quietly, bravely in the quarters behind the grand houses. Further north, in churches and lecture halls, you listen to reformers speak of a new America. William Lloyd Garrison thunders about moral duty. Sojourner Truth mesmerizes with a blend of humor, steel, and scripture. You can't help but be drawn in. The North is many things hypocritical, divided, chaotic, but it is also on fire with the idea of progress. And there's one more divide, less obvious, but just as sharp: urban versus rural. You walk dirt roads through southern hamlets where life revolves around church picnics and harvests. Then, take a stagecoach into bustling New York, where horse-drawn carriages swerve around fire brigades and anti-slavery protests block streetcars. Two kinds of civilization, barely speaking the same language anymore. Then there's money. Always follow the money. In the North, capital is reinvested, factories grow, insurance companies boom, telegraphs shrink distances. In the South, wealth is landlocked. Plantations make fortunes, but they're tied up in land and enslaved humans, not liquid assets. When conflict comes, you already know who can afford a longer war. Still, the South believes in its superiority. Its generals trained at West Point. Its leaders, quote, Jefferson and Aristotle. Its soldiers, they say, are fighting for liberty, though whose liberty is a question left conveniently vague. Southern pride is a heady thing. Equal parts courage and delusion. You sip sweet tea on a porch where men speak of honor while ignoring the chain gang in the field behind them. By the end of 1000, 860. The national mood is like a room full of broken glass and matches. The North thinks it can save the Union through politics. The South thinks it can leave like a bad marriage. And you? You're just wondering which side of the Mason-Dixon line will burn first. Then, Lincoln wins the election. Without a single Southern state, the South sees it not as a loss, but as an existential insult. Secession talk goes from bluster to blueprint. Fire eaters, yes. That's what they were called. Ignite. Town halls with speeches dripping in defiance. And average folks, who once feared war, start stockpiling muskets. You glance one last time across the economic and cultural dividia rift so wide it could swallow a nation. You already know how this ends. But tonight, in the flickering candlelight of pre-war America, everything still hangs by a thread. And that thread is fraying. You don't get a proper sunrise in Kansas. Just a slow burn of light across the tall grass. Enough to show you where the blood dried overnight. The wind whispers through the prairie, carrying not peace but powder smoke. Angry shouting, and hooves beating the earth like war drums. Welcome to Bleeding Kansas, where Americans aren't waiting for civil war to be declared. They're already practicing it. You step off a creaking wagon into a town that barely qualifies as one half-built shacks, a saloon with bullet holes in the sign, and a church that doubles as a fort. The people here aren't settlers. They're combatants. One group's come to plant crops and vote Kansas free. The other's here to defend slavery with rifles, swords, and, let's be honest, a good deal of whiskey. The result? Political ideology meets frontier lawlessness, and you're stuck right in the middle like a squirrel between two stampeding buffalo. After the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, the idea was simple. Let popular sovereignty decide whether new territories would allow slavery. Sounds democratic, right? But you quickly learn this system means whoever shouts and shoots the loudest gets their way. Missouri border ruffians pour into Kansas, stuffing ballot boxes and threatening free soilers. Abolitionists retaliate with their own brand of justice. And soon the prairie is less about agriculture and more about ambushes. You crouch behind a hay bale as gunshots ring out in Lawrence. The town, a hub of anti-slavery settlers, is raided by pro-slavery forces in what will become known as the Sack of Lawrence. Buildings are looted, printing press destroyed, and you quietly decide journalism might be hazardous work out here. A few days later, John Brown arrives with the energy of a man who drinks dynamite instead of coffee. Let's talk about John Brown. He's got a beard, like a weathered prophet, and eyes that never blink long enough for you to relax. He believes God personally told him to end slavery by any means necessary, which, in his case, means axe. You follow him to Pottawatomie Creek, where, under cover of night, he and his sons drag 5 pro-slavery settlers from their homes and kill them with broadswords. It's not just murder, it's biblical retribution. Wrapped in zealotry, even other abolitionists quietly scoot their chairs away when he enters a room. Historians still argue whether John Brown was a martyr, a terrorist, or just a man born about 3 centuries too early. But here in Kansas, he's a thunderclap that splits the sky. Violence begets violence. The summer of 1856 becomes a nightmare of raids, skirmishes, and paranoia. You find yourself checking every barn, every outhouse, 4 enemies or angry neighbors. 1 quirky tidbit? In one skirmish, a militia of Methodist farmers tried to declare themselves the Free State Army. They had uniforms made of dyed curtain fabric. Dignity was optional. You walk through Osawatomie, where Brown faces off against a much larger pro-slavery force, outnumbered 5-1. His ragtag group fights with the desperation of men who know they won't be spared. The town is destroyed, but Brown escapes. His legend grows, stretching eastward like campfire smoke. Back in Washington, Congress listens with growing alarm. But while the prairie bleeds, politicians keep stabbing each other with words and, sometimes, with canes. That brings you to one of the strangest moments in pre-war history, the caning of Charles Sumner. You're sitting in the Senate chamber, watching Sumner deliver a fiery speech condemning slavery and its Southern defenders. It's brutal, putic, and, depending on who you ask, downright insulting. 2 days later, Representative Preston Brooks of South Carolina strolls in, taps Sumner on the shoulder, and beats him unconscious with a gold-headed cane. Right there, in the chamber of democracy. People cheer him back home. They even send him new canes. One is engraved. Hit him again. Meanwhile, Kansas teeters between statehood and chaos. Multiple governments foremoan pro-slavery. One, anti-slavery both, claiming legitimacy. You attend a meeting of the Topeka legislature, huddled in an abandoned hotel under threat of arrest. The laws passed here may be shaky, but the courage is real. Even women get involved, organizing supply chains, smuggling rifles in flour sacks, and feeding troops with cornbread and indignation. The turmoil catches national attention. Newspapers frame Kansas as a microcosm of the larger American crisis. To some, it's a battleground for freedom. To others, it's proof that abolitionists are anarchists in disguise. You get whiplash reading Northern and Southern papers side by side. Same event. 2. Alternate universes. It's like arguing with someone who insists the sky is red, because that's how they feel today. Then, as if Kansas weren't enough, the Supreme Court drops a bomb in the form of the Dred Scott decision in 1857. You sit in the courtroom's cold marble halls as Chief Justice Roger Taney declares that African Americans enslaved or free can't be citizens. Oh, and that Congress has no power to prohibit slavery in the territories. You actually hear the Constitution groan in protest. Northern abolitionists erupt. Southerners celebrate. You just sit there, blinking, because apparently, the law just made war all but inevitable. Back in Kansas, the fighting continues, but gradually fizzles out under federal pressure. By the time Kansas joins the Union in 1861 as a free state, over 50 people have died in the conflict. But the damage isn't just local. You now know the script for what's coming: rival governments, ideological warriors, and violence as politics by other means. Bleeding Kansas wasn't just a preview. It was the overture, and you were there to hear it. On your way out of Kansas, you stop at a tavern near Lecompton, where an old man with tobacco-stained fingers tells you he's seen the future, says the whole country's about to go the way of his burned-out barn. You laugh politely and head east, but the image sticks with you. Smoldering ruins, stubborn pride, and a line in the dirt that Americans have already begun to cross with boots and bullets. By the time your boots hit Missouri, you've witnessed a place where violence and voting collided, where ideals became musket balls, and where men like John Brown redefined what it meant to fight for freedom. The fire hasn't gone out. It's spreading. The Union is unraveling. Stitch by bitter stitch. And you're walking straight into the next tangle. You've barely shaken the Kansas dust from your boots when the sky above Harper's Ferry clouds with storm. Tucked between the Shenandoah and Potomac rivers, this sleepy Virginia town has a federal arsenal, a scenic bridge, and absolutely no idea that one of the most bizarre, audacious, and doomed raids in American history is about to unfold in its cobbled streets. You're standing on the edge of a new chapter, one with the slow burn of Old Testament vengeance and the chaotic climax of a collapsing steeple. You can already feel it coming like thunder wrapped in scripture. John Brown is back. And if you thought Pottawatomie Creek was intense, buckle up. He spent the past few years gathering weapons, writing letters, and polishing what might be the worst battle plan in military history. But don't tell him Thath's confidence is unshakable. Brown believes he's on a divine mission to ignite a nationwide slave revolt. His beard's longer, his eyes more sunken, and his plans even wilder than before. He calls this upcoming raid the first spark of Armageddon. You start to wonder if he maybe skipped a few meals and a few therapy sessions. It's October 1859 when Brown and a ragtag group of 21 men, black and white, young and middle-aged, creep into Harper's Ferry under cover of darkness. They seize the federal arsenal with eerie ease. You slip into the armory beside them, ducking behind crates of muskets, as Brown sends out messengers to spread word of the uprising. But no one comes. No enslaved people rise up. No reinforcements arrive. And soon, the townspeople realize something's up. By morning, the raid unravels faster than a wool sock on a nail. The local militia surrounds the arsenal. Shots are fired, and hostages are taken. You crouch beside a broken window as gunfire pings off stone walls, realizing the whole operation is collapsing like a bad soufflé. Brown is wounded. His sons are killed. A contingent of U.S. Marines led, awkwardly enough, by Colonel Robert E. Lee storms the engine house and ends the standoff in minutes. You hear boots on stone and the sharp click of shackles. Brown is captured, bruised, but still preaching. Historians still argue whether Harper's Ferry was a tragic mistake or a necessary catalyst. Either way, it flips the national mood on its head. Southerners panic. If a white abolitionist can lead a raid like this, what else is possible? Militias form overnight. Gun shops do brisk business. Church sermons take a hard turn toward divine vengeance. In Charleston, Savannah, and Baton Rouge, people whisper of insurrection behind every rustling curtain. You feel it, that electric, paranoid hum. Meanwhile, in the North, reactions are wildly mixed. Some abolitionists denounce Brown's violence. Others call him a hero. Ralph Waldo Emerson compares him to Christ. Henry David Thoreau eulogizes him like a saint. You sit in the back of a Massachusetts church as people weep, while Brown's last words are read aloud. The crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away but with blood. Dramatic? Sure. But it hits like a freight train. In jail, Brown writes letters. A lot of letters. Some to friends. Some to strangers. Some to the future. You sneak a peek and realize he's not trying to save himself. He's auditioning for martyrdom. And when they hang him in December, he gets his wish. It's not a silent execution. Bells toll. Newspapers print his face on their front pages. Children are named after him. You walk away from the gallows with a chill that has nothing to do with winter. In the South, they double down. Brown becomes the ultimate northern boogeyman. Pro-slavery firebrands use his raid to justify stricter slave codes, the formation of militias, and the growing belief that war isn't just likely, it's required. You stop at a general store in Alabama and overhear two men talking about secession like it's already on the calendar. If they'll send one John Brown, one says, they'll send 20 more. You don't argue. But the weirdest thing, Brown fails completely and still wins. His raid doesn't spark a rebellion. It doesn't free a single person. But it exposes the nation's rawest nerve. He shatters the illusion that compromise is still possible. You've seen debates. You've seen skirmishes. But now you've seen the first man go to the gallows for what looks at least to half the country like freedom. You spend the next few months watching the country digest this disaster. In Congress, tempers boil again. In newspapers, cartoons show Brown riding a coffin to heaven. In kitchens and fields, people argue over whether he was a lunatic or a prophet. Meanwhile, Abraham Lincoln is quietly polishing his speeches, preparing for his political comeback. You spot him in Illinois stall, awkward, scribbling into a leather notebook. He's not yet the wartime president. Just a former congressman trying to get back into the ring. But you can tell. He's watching the country tear itself apart, and already wondering how the heck to stitch it back together. A quirky little side note. One of the Marines who stormed the arsenal was a young officer named J.E.B. Stewart. He'll soon be famous for riding circles around Union generals. But here he's just a man in a blue coat, aiming his pistol at an old man with wild eyes. History's web is already knotting itself tighter. Back in Harper's Ferry, the aftermath lingers like smoke. The engine house becomes a shrine. Tourists start arriving. Souvenir hunters chip off pieces of brick. You watch a man try to bottle the dirt where Brown stood, as if he could cork up courage and sell it on the roadside. The town that once slept beside the river now carries a go stand. The whole country feels it. You board a train north, and even in the clatter of steel wheels, you can't escape the whispers. In New York, abolitionist salons buzz with energy. In Pennsylvania, Quakers pass around Brown's letters like relics. But in Richmond, the papers rage. The South is closing its ranks. Impatience gone. This wasn't just a raid. It was an invasion. And next time, they intend to answer with more than a militia. By spring, you feel it in your chest. Not fear. Not yet. But inevitability. Brown was the warning flare. The signal that some battles won't be settled at the ballot box. And as you leave the Shenandoah Valley behind, his words still echo in your head, etched in cold stone. I am quite certain that the crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away but with blood. You shiver, and move on. You're sitting in the back of a dusty church hall in Springfield, Illinois, and the man on stage is lanky, plain-spoken, and a little too tall for the podium. His beard is new, his suit is rumpled, and he's about to change American history with a speech. Barely anyone here will remember by name, but you'll remember how it feels. A house divided against itself cannot stand, he says, voice rising slightly. You glance at the crowd. Some nod, some fidget, and others just stare. The idea sounds obvious now, but in 1858, it lands like a cannonball. Abraham Lincoln is rising. He doesn't look the part, no military medals, no aristocratic pedigree, no powdered wig or polished boots, just a sharp mind, a dry wit, and a moral clarity sharpened by years of observing a country break itself in half. You shadow him as he debates Stephen Douglas through the cornfields and courthouse squares of Illinois. 7 debates, thousands of words, and one central question: should slavery expand into the territories? Douglas says, let the people decide. Lincoln says, no, the government must draw the line. The crowds are massive. You squeeze between farmers chewing tobacco and housewives, shielding their faces from the sun. Some days it rains. Other days, the heat cooks the arguments until tempers boil. Lincoln is awkward but relentless. And Douglas hoarder. Flashieris equally determined. It's like watching a slow-motion legal duel. And you're right up against the ropes. Newspapers eat it up. The nation watches Illinois like it holds the answer to everything. Spoiler, it doesn't. Lincoln loses the Senate race. Technically, but he wins something more valuable: national recognition. You see his name start to appear in editorials, whispered in party meetings, scrawled into diaries. The Republican Party, still young and stitched together from abolitionists, former Whigs, and Free Soilers, is looking for a candidate who won't scare off moderates, but still stands firm on slavery. Lincoln, with his measured tones and prairie common sense, starts looking like the one. Meanwhile, you drift back down south, where folks are not exactly fans of Lincoln. In Charleston parlors and Mississippi town halls, you hear his name, said with a kind of sneering disbelief. Black Republican, they call him. Never mind that Lincoln isn't calling for immediate abolition, just containment. To Southern ears, it's the same thing. They see Lincoln not as a moderate, but as a symbol of Northern tyranny, hell-bent on destroying their way of life. One Georgian legislator even claims that if Lincoln is elected, the South should snap the cords of this union like a whip stitch. You mentally mark that as ominous foreshadowing. Hell, now it's 1,860. And the country's political system is unraveling faster than a cat in a yarn store. The Democrats split, and 2 Northern Democrats nominate Douglas. Southern Democrats go with John C. Breckinridge, and a last-minute third party, the Constitutional Union Party, throws in John Bell, who basically says, let's not talk about slavery, and maybe it'll go away. Spoiler, it won't. You attend campaign rallies that look more like family feuds, with banners flapping, brass bands playing, and political cartoons so savage they'd make modern Twitter blush. Then, in November, the votes come in. Lincoln wins, not by a landslide in numbers, But by a landslide in placement, he sweeps the North. He doesn't appear on most Southern ballots. That's not hyperbole. His name is literally absent from the ticket in 10 Southern states. It's like electing a president that half the country doesn't believe exists. You feel the moment the news reaches Charleston a hush. Then a boom. In Richmond, a newspaper headline reads, "The Black Republican wins." And then the calls begin. Secession, once a whisper, becomes a chant. You ride a creaky train through South Carolina and hear passengers debating the timeline of departure like it's vacation planning. Soon as Christmas passes, says one, "Let Lincoln sit in that White House with no one to govern." Says another, "You shake your head." But inside, you know the tracks have already been laid. On the 20th of December, 1860, South Carolina formally secedes. You're there as church bells toll. Flags are lowered, and speeches swell with defiance. The air smells like ink, smoke, and self-righteousness. Other states follow like dominoes with a bad attitude. Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas all vote to leave the Union before Lincoln is even inaugurated. You're scribbling the dates in the margin of a newspaper, wondering how fast this ship can sink. They call it a confederacy. You call it a very expensive tantrum. But to them, it's survival. Our rights, our honor, our property, they say, and by property, they definitely mean people. A quirky historical tidbit: Texas Governor Sam Houston, no stranger to rebellion himself, refuses to swear loyalty to the Confederacy and gets booted out of office. You find him sitting on his porch, muttering something about the madness of men with guns and cotton in their ears. Not wrong. Back in Washington, the government is basically catatonic. President James Buchanan, emotional papier-mâché doll with sideburns, insists that secession is illegal, but also claims the federal government can't do anything to stop it. That's like watching someone declare arson a crime, then hand the matches back to the guy lighting the house. Historians still argue whether Buchanan's inaction was cowardice or strategic paralysis. But either way, the country is on fire, and he's fanning it with sighs. You wander the Capitol in those last weeks before Lincoln's inauguration. It's tense. Soldiers guard the streets. There's talk of assassination before he even takes office. You see Southern congressmen storm out of the Capitol, some with tears, others with fists clenched. But Lincoln? He's calm, nervous, maybe, but calm. You follow him to the train depot as he begins his slow, whistle-stop journey to Washington. Each speech is carefully worded, reassuring but firm. No threats, no surrender. Just the quiet confidence of a man walking into a storm wearing the wrong shoes. On the 4th of March, 1861, Lincoln is sworn in. The crowd is hushed. His voice carries across the cold air, steadier than you expect. "We are not enemies, but friends," he says. "We must not be enemies." You feel something tighten in your chest. It's a beautiful sentiment. It's also completely ignored. Across the South, Confederate delegates are already writing their own constitution, complete with guarantees of slavery and a president named Jefferson Davis. Davis is no Lincoln. He's proud, prickly, and dresses like he's always halfway to a funeral. You catch him giving his inaugural address in Montgomery, Alabama. It sounds less like hope and more like threat. The Confederacy is official now, and there are two Americas. In the North, confusion reigns. What's next? War? Negotiation? You see, Union generals argue in smoky rooms. You see, citizens hang American flags outside their homes, unsure if they'll still mean something next month. And you see Lincoln, newly seated, facing a crisis that dwarfs anything he ever imagined. It's no longer about campaigns or speeches. It's about a nation fracturing and, whether anything can stop it from breaking apart completely. You stand on the windswept coast of South Carolina, watching Fort Sumter rise like a stubborn stone out of Charleston Harbor. It's April 1861, and the fort isn't much to look at, just a squat, unfinished chunk of brick and cannon, but right now, it's the center of the American universe. You hear seagulls, the slap of tide against pilings, and the distant clatter of telegraph keys, frantically sending updates across a nation holding its breath. The Union flag still flutters above the walls, but everyone knows that won't last long. You can feel it. The tension is about to snap. The Confederacy has declared itself a nation, passed a constitution, and appointed Jefferson Davis as president. But there's one problem. Fort Sumter still belongs to the United States. It's occupied by Union troops under Major Robert Anderson, who has about 80 men, limited supplies, and a front-row seat to history. Meanwhile, Confederate forces under General P. G. 2P. Beauregard surround the harbor with over 410 troops and a growing collection of heavy artillery. They've got the high ground, they've got the numbers, and they've just about run out of patience. You pace the Charleston docks, eavesdropping on Southern firebrands, demanding that the foreign flag be taken down. Beauregard sends an ultimatum to Anderson: surrender or be shelled into oblivion. Anderson refuses politely. He's loyal to the Union. And as it happens, he was once Beauregard's artillery instructor at West Point. Cute, right? Former teacher. Current target. Historians still argue whether the Confederacy attacked out of desperation, symbolism, or a need to rally their newly formed nation around a common enemy. But whatever the reason, the outcome is about to echo across every valley and street corner in America. In the pre-dawn haze of the 12th of April, 1861, you're jolted awake by the first booming shot. A Confederate shell arcs through the early morning sky and crashes into the fort's outer wall. There's no going back. For 34 hours, you huddle behind sandbags as cannon after cannon pummels the masonry. The roar is unrelenting. The harbor fills with smoke and the sharp tang of gunpowder. Inside the fort, Union soldiers return fire as best they can, but they're hopelessly outgunned. Quirky fact: despite all the bombardment, no one dies during the actual battle. The only fatalities come afterward. During a botched 100-gun salute allowed as part of the Union's surrender, a cannon misfires. A shell explodes. One soldier is killed. Another mortally wounded. The war has its first Union dead end. The ink hasn't even dried on the casualty reports. You watch as Major Anderson lowers the stars and stripes and marches his men out. Heads held high. Charleston erupts in celebration. Church bells ring. Cannons fire again, this time in joy. Southern newspapers print extra editions shouting, "Victory," while northern ones scream, "Treason, you ride a train north that night." And every telegraph pole you pass is buzzing with shock. Nobody expected it to start like this. And nobody is ready for what comes next. Back in Washington, Lincoln gets the news and acts fast. He issues a call for 75. 000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. He doesn't call it a war. Not yet. But that word's starting to creep into conversations. You see the enlistment posters go up the next morning, bold headlines. Patriotic slogans. And promises of quick, glorious service. Spoiler: it will be neither quick nor glorious. Meanwhile, the Confederacy gets just what it needed. Galvanizing moment. Southern pride surges. More states jump ship. Virginia, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Tennessee all secede. You hear debates in courthouses and church basements, where once wavering citizens now shout down Unionists and rush to sign up. Suddenly, the Confederacy isn't just 7 states, it's 11. Stretching from Texas to Virginia. The line is drawn. You're officially living in a divided country. One odd holdout? The western counties of Virginia want nothing to do with secession. They'll eventually break away and become West Virginia, America's version of a geographic plot twist. You hike through those mountains as locals mutter about loyalty, whiskey taxes, and being sick of rich planters running things. It's not all about ideology. Sometimes it's just personal. And then come the flags. The Confederacy designs its own first, a stars and bars, that looks too much like the Union flag. Then the more familiar battle flag you know from movies and arguments. You watch seamstresses stitch them by lantern light, handing them off to boys who'll carry them into cannon fire. Up north, the Union sticks with the stars and stripes, adding stars even as states secede because Lincoln refuses to admit they're gone for good. The mobilization begins. You visit New York, Boston, Cincinnati's roaring with energy. Volunteer pouring. Some eager, some drunk, most wildly unprepared. Uniforms don't match. Officers are appointed based on who knows who. Rifles are sometimes older than the men carrying them. One regiment from Ohio shows up in matching green jackets because the blue ones ran out. You hear a drill sergeant shout, "Try not to shoot each other before the enemy gets a chance." Down south, the same chaos reigns. Richmond becomes the Confederate capital. Troops gather with muskets, shotguns, even swords passed down from grandfathers. Women sew haversacks, cook hardtack, and wave tearful goodbyes. Every train leaving town is a ribbon-wrapped promise that they'll be back by Christmas. You shake your head. They won't, and there's the wild assumption on both sides that this war will be over in weeks, months at most. You sit in a D.C. cafe where a man bets his hat that the Union will crush the rebellion by August. Down in Georgia, a woman laughs that her husband's militia unit will be home before the cotton blooms. You want to warn them, but they wouldn't believe you. The press explodes with coverage. Artists sketch dramatic battles before they even happen. Newspapers assign correspondents to regiments like sports teams. People start collecting war-themed sheet music. The battle cry of freedom becomes a hit in the North. Dixie echoes through southern town squares. Music, you realize, will follow this war every step of the way. In the midst of it all, Lincoln walks the halls of the White House taller than anyone around him, quieter than you'd expect. Burdened already, he receives a steady stream of letters, generals, and headaches. He knows the war is no longer theoretical. He knows compromise is dead, and you see it in his eyes, the weight of a country that might not survive the year. The Union strategy starts to form. Blockade southern ports, control the Mississippi, and squeeze the Confederacy until it can't breathe. Some call it the Anaconda Plan: wrap around and strangle. It sounds neat on paper, but it's going to require years, blood, and patience. The Union may not have. Southern strategy? Hold out. Defend. Bleed the North until it gives up. Maybe get European recognition. Maybe force a settlement. They don't have to win. They just have to not lose. You ride between the camps as spring turns to summer. Drums beat through the trees. Boys clean their muskets and pass around photos from home. There's laughter, card games, even poetry. But beneath it, always, is a fear they don't speak aloud. The first battle is coming, and they have no idea what it will look like. The first battle smells like trampled grass, gunpowder, and picnic baskets. You're standing on a ridge outside Manassas, Virginia, where fields rolled gently into the haze, and the heat already feels angry. It's July 1861, and this officially called the First Battle of Bull Runus, about to become the moment when both North and South get slapped across the face by reality. You rub your eyes against the sunlight and watch the chaos gather like thunderclouds. On one side, the Union Army, led by General Irvin McDowell, is eager but green. He's got about 0 troops, many of whom are 90-day volunteers who've never held a weapon longer than a broomstick. Lincoln didn't want to rush them into battle, but political pressure and public impatience pushed things forward. You overhear one congressman say, "This will be over by Monday." Monday laughs in his face. Opposite them, Confederate forces under Generals Beauregard and Joseph E. Johnston have slightly fewer troops, but a better sense of the terrain and home court advantage. Their uniforms are just as mismatched, their drills just as ragged, but they've got something to prove. Rumor has it, Richmond ladies embroidered their flags by hand and personally handed them off with kisses and prayers. You watch a nervous drummer boy clutch one to his chest like it's a life vest, as the armies position themselves, and you glance at the crowd behind you. Yes, the crowd. Civilian senators, socialites, merchants, even newspaper columnists have come out from Washington to watch the battle. Some bring opera glasses. Others bring wine. A few show up with wagons full of fried chicken, ready for a scenic afternoon. One even brings a parasol with red silk trim. You might be at a war, but the vibe is more tailgate party. Then the cannon fire begins, and everything changes. The battle starts well enough for the Union. They manage to outflank the Confederates and push across the creek. You follow a brigade through a thicket of trees. where the air becomes heavy with smoke and fear. Men shout, stumble, fire wildly. The first real shots echo across the hills, and you watch the expressions of the soldiers change from excitement to sheer panic. One Confederate unit begins to collapse, but then comes Thomas Jackson. You spot him on Henry House Hill, calm amid the chaos. A statue of resolve on horseback. Someone shouts, "There stands Jackson like a stone wall," and the name sticks. Stonewall Jackson. They'll call him forever after. You see why. He moves like he's bulletproof. And his men hold the line, turning the tide of the battle. Historians still argue whether that line was bravery or just strategic luck. But either way, it holds. Suddenly, the Union advance falters. Confederate reinforcements arrive by train, the first time in history that troops are delivered directly to the battlefield by rail. Quirky. Yes. Also very effective. You hear the whistle scream over the din, and from the cars pour fresh soldiers with bayonets gleaming in the sun. McDowell's army starts to crumble. Then panic takes over. Union soldiers begin to retreat, then run, then flee in a stampede. Some drop their rifles. Others lose their shoes. You duck as a frightened colonel barrels past you on horseback, yelling, "Retreat," even though nobody's listening. The road back to Washington clogs with fleeing soldiers, panicked horses, and awkwardly, spectators from the picnic crowd trying to escape the chaos. One congressman's carriage is flipped over by retreating troops. A senator dives into a ditch to avoid being trampled. So much for the fried chicken. You trail the Union Army all the way back to Washington. A journey soaked in humiliation and disbelief. They called it a glorious march. It becomes a stampede of shame. When Lincoln hears the news, he doesn't scream or cry. He just closes his eyes and says, "You are green." It is true, but they are green. Also, he realizes this won't be a short war. You realize it too. Meanwhile, the Confederacy is euphoric. The victory at Bull Run confirms what many believed, that Southern valor would overpower Northern mechanics. You attend a celebration in Richmond, where crowds cheer, schwar sing, and whiskey flows. But behind the jubilation, something darker settles in: overconfidence. You hear someone say, "One more victory like this and we'll be marching through Washington by Christmas." You sip your drink and try not to laugh. The aftermath is sobering for everyone. Both sides begin to grasp the scale of what's coming. Hospitals overflow. Wounded men lie on floors, bleeding into straw. You pass a makeshift infirmary where surgeons work without anesthesia and saw off limbs with grim efficiency. The smell of blood and iodine haunts your nostrils for days. Nurses sob. Orderlies faint. War, you realize, doesn't just kill, it maims, deafens, and lingers in the bones. The Union Army undergoes a major overhaul. Out goes McDowell. In comes George B. McClellan Young. Confident, photogenic, and deeply committed to drill and discipline. You follow him as he whips the Army of the Potomac into shape, turning thousands of scared boys into something that almost resembles a professional force. Almost. McClellan has one fatal flaw. He hates to move. You'll get to that later. Meanwhile, the Confederacy begins to shore up its defenses. Richmond becomes a military hub. Munitions, factories, buzz. Ironworks hammer night and day. Southern women organize sewing circles to make uniforms, bandages, and flags. You meet one group who can stitch a full haversack blindfolded, thanks to practice, not preference, but supplies are already a problem. The Confederacy lacks industry, railroads, and crucially shoes. You visit a camp in Tennessee where barefoot soldiers wrap rags around their feet and eat squirrel stew for breakfast. Their spirit is strong, but their rations are not. One general jokes, "Our boys are too hungry to desert." You laugh until you realize he's not joking. In the North, recruitment surges, helped by posters promising honor, wages, and all the adventure you can carry. Entire towns sign up together, forming pals regiments. You watch young men link arms and promise to write home every Sunday. Some do. Many won't. Their letters become sacred objects, read by candlelight and stored in trunks for generations. And yes, war still feels romantic to some. Painters set up easels near camps. Poets publish stirring verses about muskets and brotherhood. But you can tell the shine is fading. Bull Run shattered illusions on both sides. This will be no brief campaign, no gentleman's disagreement. This will be a long, grinding, unforgiving war. As you head back to Washington, you hear Lincoln mutter to a colleague, my God, what will the country do?" You don't answer. Neither does history. Not yet. You arrive in Washington just as the Army of the Potomac is trying to remember how to hold a musket without dropping it. General George B. McClellan has taken command. And from the moment you see him ride through camp on a prancing horse hat tilted just so, saber gleaming, you understand something vital. This man takes his image very seriously. Nicknamed Little Mac, and adored by his troops, McClellan is a drill master, an organizer, and possibly the world's most confident overthinker. He refers to his soldiers as my men, which is sweet until you realize he means it literally, like a dragon hoarding gold. The army transforms under his command. You wander through the tents as new uniforms are issued. Boots are fitted, and troops practice bayonet charges on hay bales. There are brass bands now, morning roll calls, and endless marching drills that leave soldiers with thighs of steel and the morale of wet dish rags. But they look like an army now, and that matters. Morale is a currency, and McClellan spends it well, at least. When he's not writing dramatic letters to his wife comparing himself to Napoleon, you peek at one of them and think, wow, that's a lot of eyeliner for a military dispatch. Oh. But, for all his pomp, McClellan is cautious to a fault. Lincoln wants action. Congress wants progress. But McClellan keeps delaying. The army is not ready. He says again and again. You watch Lincoln clench his jaw as McClellan tells him he needs just a little more time. This becomes a pattern. Build up. Prepare. Hesitate. Repeat. You begin to suspect that if McClellan were served dinner, he'd inspect the cutlery for 2 hours before lifting a fork. Meanwhile, the Confederacy isn't waiting around. General Robert E. Lee is about to take center stage. Lee is a puzzle. Soft, spoken, deeply religious. Beloved in Virginia. and originally offered command of Union forces, but he turned it down out of loyalty to his home state. You find him in Richmond, sketching maps and sipping weak coffee. His calm exterior hiding a mind that moves faster than cavalry. He's not flashy. He doesn't need to be. His men would follow him into a swamp, which is, as it happens, where some battles will end up. The Confederacy knows it can't win with brute strength. It needs cleverness, daring, and just enough victories to break the Union's will. You see them shore up their defenses, reinforce their rivers, and whisper of cotton diplomacy using their exports to sway Britain and France. They believe, or hope, that Europe's need for Southern cotton will bring recognition and possibly intervention. Historians still argue whether this was realistic or just Confederate wishful thinking dressed in velvet and gin. Now, back to the Union. McClellan finally launches his plan, the Peninsula Campaign. The idea is to transport the Army of the Potomac by ship down to the Virginia coast, then march northwest to capture Richmond from behind. It's clever. It's ambitious. It's also slower than molasses uphill in January. You ride a steamer packed with nervous recruits and crates of hardtack, landing near Fort Monroe. The advance begins cautious, deliberate, bogged down by mud, mosquitoes, and McClellan's endless reports of imaginary Confederate armies just over the next hill. He's convinced he's outnumbered. He's not, but he delays anyway. You walk past camps where men sharpen bayonets and play cards while waiting for orders that never come. One soldier jokes, "We'll capture Richmond the day pigs fly," and McClellan stops writing memos. The pigs remain earthbound. The Confederates, under General Joseph E. Johnston, engage at the Battle of Seven Pines in May 1862. It's muddy, brutal, and inconclusive. Johnston is wounded. And who replaces him? That's right, Robert E. Lee. You watch as Lee quietly takes the reins and begins a series of bold counterattacks called the 7 Days Battles. Lee pushes hard, using maneuver, deception, and sheer aggression. McClellan, startled and convinced he's facing overwhelming forces, retreats. Quirky fact: Lee's early campaigns involved elaborate maps, secret orders, and one famously lost set of plans that fell into Union hands later on. You wonder if Confederate generals needed more filing cabinets. Lee's aggressiveness stuns the North. McClellan's retreat from the gates of Richmond infuriates Lincoln, who mutters something under his breath that you definitely can't repeat on a PG-13 History Channel. The public, once enchanted by McClellan's swagger, begins to lose patience. He had the slows, Lincoln says, which is about as cutting as Honest Abe ever gets. At the same time, the war at sea begins to transform. You find yourself on the banks of the James River, squinting at two strange silhouettes approaching each other in the water. The USS Monitor and the CSS Virginia, formerly the Merrimack, about to duel in the world's first battle between ironclad warships. They circle each other like armored turtles, trading cannon fire that bounces off their hulls like marbles off a frying pan. The age of wooden navies ends in the smoke and clang of this odd little maritime boxing match. Naval innovation is spreading. The Union's blockade tightens as more ships patrol the coast. You watch smugglers attempt to slip through with cotton and rifles. only to be seized or sunk. Southern ports begin to wither. New Orleans falls to Union Admiral David Farragut in a bold nighttime assault up the Mississippi. The Union now controls the Gulf's largest port. And suddenly, the Confederacy is feeling a lot more landlocked. Meanwhile, inland, the war's true cost is beginning to show. You visit hospitals overflowing with men whose injuries defy understanding. Limbs are lost. Fevers burn. Amputations are done with saws and stiff drinks. The doctors are brave, but often helpless. There's no such thing as sterile. You wrap bandages soaked in whiskey and hope that's enough. And through it all, Lincoln waits. He reads casualty reports late into the night. He walks alone through the White House garden, wondering how to end a war when his generals won't attack and his enemies won't quit. He meets with abolitionists but holds back on emancipation for now. He wants to keep the border states loyal. Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland lose them. And the war gets even messier. But time is running out. Lee is on the move. McClellan is stuck in the mud. And, every day, more men enlist. More families grieve. And the idea that this might be a long, bloody stalemate begins to sink into the bones of a weary country. You fall asleep beside a Union campfire, listening to the crackle of embers and the distant sound of a bugle. Somewhere in the darkness, a soldier sings quietly about home. His voice is cracked, his hands bandaged, but the song carries. And, for a moment, in the middle of all this madness, you remember what they're all fighting for then, if they don't always agree on what that means. You're jolted awake by the clatter of boots and the metallic clink of tin cups as soldiers scramble in the half-light, muttering about orders and breakfast, though it's just black coffee and something resembling hardtack. Today, they say, there will be another battle. Today, they say, it might finally count. You blink into the sunrise and realize you're being pulled into the road that leads toward Bull Run again. But this time, it's different. This time, no one's bringing picnic baskets. It's late summer. Etienne Babelouchard. And the Union Army is bruised, frustrated, and under new command. McClellan has been sidelined again, and in his place, General John Pope now leads the Army of Virginia. Pope is bold, loud, and fond of self-promotion. He refers to his headquarters as being in the saddle, which sounds impressive until you see how quickly he falls off it. He talks a big game about bringing war to the enemy's territory. You follow him as he marches his men through northern Virginia, determined to hit the Confederates hard. What he doesn't realize is that Robert E. Lee is already 2 steps ahead. Lee knows the land. He knows Pope's ego, and he knows how to bait a trap. You watch as he splits his forces, sending Stonewall Jackson on a lightning-fast march around the Union flank. Jackson moves like smoke through the Shenandoah quiet. Fast and unpredictable. In just a few days, he cuts supply lines, destroys Union depots at Manassas Junction, and vanishes before Pope can respond. By the time Pope realizes he's been outmaneuvered, Lee is bringing the rest of his army in from the west. You find yourself once again near the fields of the First Battle of Bull Run. The grass has grown back, but the ghosts remain. The Second Battle of Bull Runner, 2nd Manassas. depending on whose talking erupts in late August. This time, the fighting is longer, fiercer, and more coordinated. You hunker behind a tree as Union soldiers charge what they believe is a weak Confederate line. In truth, Jackson has dug in, reinforced by Lee's main force, and the Union troops walk straight into musket and artillery fire. For 3 brutal days, the fields are soaked in sweat and blood. Pope's orders are chaotic. He underestimates Confederate strength again and again. Lee exploits every mistake. You see Confederate troops slam into the Union left flank in a perfectly timed assault. It's like watching a chess master play against someone who forgot how the knight moves. Pope's lines buckle, then collapse. The Union Army retreats again toward Washington. You ride among the wounded and demoralized. The road thick with dust and shame. Back in the capital, Lincoln sighs heavily and reinstates McClellan. Yes. Again. Say what you will about Little Mache may move slower than a molasses glacier. But at least his men trust him. Pope is shuffled off the stage, his reputation forever bruised. You spot him later, giving interviews where the ink smells suspiciously of excuse. The victory gives Lee something rare: momentum. You watch as he makes a daring decision to invade the North. The plan is risky, maybe reckless, but bold. He crosses the Potomac River into Maryland in September, hoping a victory on Union soil will pressure the North into negotiations. Win European recognition and stir up support among Marylanders. You walk beside Confederate columns crossing the river. Dust swirling around their boots. The men sing, "Maryland, my Maryland." But the reception is lukewarm at best. Turns out Maryland isn't in the mood for rebellion tourism. Meanwhile, a Union soldier finds something strange in a field near Frederick. 3 cigars wrapped in paper. That paper, you discover with a jolt, contains Special Order 191, Lee's exact marching plans. It's a historical fluke, so unbelievable it sounds made up. But it's real. McClellan receives the order and finally knows where Lee's forces are. He famously declares, "Here is a paper with which, if I cannot whip Bobby Lee, I will be willing to go home." You hope this means action, but true to form, McClellan delays again. He moves cautiously, giving Lee just enough time to gather his army near the town of Sharpsburg, Maryland. And there, on the 17th of September, you find yourself on the edge of the single bloodiest day in American history, the Battle of Antietam. The sun rises over cornfields that will soon be nightmares. Union forces attack in waves. You see entire brigades vanish into the tall stalks, where musket fire turns morning dew into steam and screams into background noise. The fighting is so intense that the field earns a name, the Bloody Cornfield. By midday, combat shifts to a sunken road, quickly dubbed Bloody Lane. Confederate troops pour fire into advancing Union ranks until the dead stack like cordwood. It's not a metaphor. You step around limbs that no longer have owners. Later in the day, the battle shifts to Burnside's Bridge, where Union troops attempt to cross a narrow span under constant Confederate fire from the bluffs above. They eventually take it, but too late to change the day's outcome. When darkness falls, over 22,000 men are dead, wounded, or missing. and neither side has moved more than a mile. You walk among the bodies. The smoke. The bent rifles. You can't tell who won. You're not sure anyone did. Technically, it's a Union victory, because Lee retreats. But McClellan, true to form, doesn't pursue. He claims his men are too tired. Lincoln is livid. What does he think they were doing for the last week? He asks. Pacing the White House in frustration. You feel it, too. That ache of missed opportunity. The weight of a war that drags on because of decisions that always come just a little too late. But something monumental does come out of Antietam. Lincoln, finally, has what he's been waiting for, a Union win strong enough to back a political thunderclap. 5 days later, he announces the Preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. If the Southern states don't return to the Union by the 1st of January, 1863, he will declare their slaves free. It's a shift. A big one. The war, until now, about Union and rebellion, becomes a war about slavery. Not entirely, but officially. Publicly. And forever in the historical record. The North is no longer just fighting to preserve the Union. It's fighting for freedom. 2. You listen to the cheers and the outrage. Abolitionists are overjoyed. Conservative Democrats grumble about losing white support. In the South, it confirms every fear. You hear one Richmond paper declare, "The mask is off. The North is for abolition. Not Union." That's the point. Back on the battlefield, soldiers from both sides bury the dead in shallow graves. You watch crows circle overhead, and in the distance, a field surgeon boils his tools for another night of work. The war isn't over. It's not even halfway done. But Antietam leaves a scar that never quite fades from the land, from the people, from the pages of every American history book to come. You stare into the embers of a campfire that night, still hearing the echoes of gunfire in your skull. And for the first time, you begin to wonder, not just who will win this war, but who will be left when it's over. You wake in the dim chill of an October dawn, wrapped in a threadbare blanket beside a camp of men still dreaming of home. Some twitch in their sleep. Others starry into dying coals, too haunted to close their eyes. In the North, headlines still blare victory at Antietam. But here, on the muddy ground, just beyond the Potomac, it doesn't feel like a win. It feels like the world has cracked open, and nobody's sure how to sew it shut. You roll over to find the same army still waiting for orders, because George B. McClellan, miracle of organization, patron saint of military hesitation, still commands the Army of the Potomac. Lincoln, increasingly desperate for progress, visits the general in person. You watch as the president, tall, exhausted, eyes darker than the circles beneath them, stands silently in McClellan's tent while the general talks circles around movement. We need more horses. McClellan insists. The roads are impassable. The men are tired. Lincoln, lips thin with restraint, finally mutters, "Will you pardon me if I ask what your horses have done since the Battle of Antietam that fatigues anything?" It's sarcasm, barely disguised. Finally, in early November 1862, Lincoln has had enough. McClellan is removed from command for good this time, replaced by Ambrose Burnside, a man whose name is most remembered for inventing a sideburn style that looks like two raccoons napping on his cheeks. Burnside never wanted the job. You can tell. He walks the camps with the energy of someone who knows he's doomed, but is too polite to decline the invitation. But the pressure to act is too strong. And he's got a plan to strike at the heart of the Confederacy, capture Richmond by marching through Fredericksburg. You trudge along with his army as it sets off in late fall, crossing into Virginia. The plan is to move quickly, seize the river crossings at Fredericksburg, and dash to Richmond before Lee can react. But Burnside, bless him, runs into logistical problems, mainly that the pontoon bridges he needs to cross the Rappahannock River don't arrive on time. You watch his army camp helplessly on one bank for days, while Confederate forces build defenses on the high bluffs beyond. When the bridges finally arrive, Union engineers attempt to build them under Confederate fire. The first time the Union crosses the river, it's under a hailstorm of bullets. It's December now. Bitter cold. Frost clings to the grass. You're in the town of Fredericksburg as Union artillery pounds buildings to rubble, and civilians flee into the hills. House by house, street by street, soldiers clash in brutal urban fighting, the first of its kind in the war. Then comes the 13th of December. Itimbabiloshar. Burnside orders a full assault on the Confederate positions, entrenched along a stone wall at the base of Marye's Heights. It's a military decision that will live in infamy. You walk with wave after wave of Union troops, advancing across open fields with no cover. The Confederate artillery on the ridge opens fire. You see the line stagger, fall, reform, and fall again. The ground is slick with ice and blood. Soldiers drop by the hundreds, their bodies forming rows like grim shadows of their formations. You hide behind a shattered wagon as the Union attacks continue 16 times. 16 charges. All fail. The bodies pile so high that survivors use them as cover. Confederate General Longstreet later says, "It is well that war is so terrible, or we should grow too fond of it." You don't feel fondness. You feel horror. When night falls, the field is silent, broken only by the moans of the dying. One moment stays with you. A Confederate soldier, Sergeant Richard Kirkland, jumps over the wall with canteens in hand to offer water to wounded Union men. Both sides hold their fire. They just watch. It's one of the few moments of grace in a battle otherwise remembered as one of the most one-sided Union disasters of the entire war. Burnside, devastated, retreats. The Union loses over 12,000 men. Lee, with just over 5 NOLA casualties, holds firm. The South rejoices. But you notice something strange. Lee isn't celebrating. He rides the lines grimly, knowing how close it was and how thinly stretched his army truly is. Historians still argue whether he could have followed up with a counterattack that might have changed the course of the war. He chooses not to. And the war grinds on. Back in Washington, the mood turns sour. Northern newspapers rip into Burnside. Lincoln is quieter. But you can see the toll this is taking. If there is a worse place than hell, he tells a friend, "I am in it." You see him walking alone again? Shoulders hunched, trying to decide what kind of country he's trying to save, and whether the men he's sending into the fire will ever forgive him for it. Meanwhile, in the South, you begin to see the cracks. The Confederate economy is floundering. Inflation spirals. Goods become scarce. You visit a southern town where women riot over food prices, smashing windows and looting bakeries. Even the proud aristocrats begin to feel the sting. Cotton is worthless if it can't leave the ports, and the Union blockade tightens every month. Quirky detail? One enterprising Southern family starts using wallpaper for stationery, writing letters on the back of floral prints because paper is that scarce. But while hardship grows, so does commitment. Southern identity hardens. The war becomes personal. Every home sends a son. Every widow becomes a symbol. Confederate nationalism takes root, even among those who initially doubted the cause. You sit in a parlor where a woman stitches a flag for her fourth son after the first three didn't come back. And then, at the edge of all this, there's a shift in the North. The Emancipation Proclamation is set to take effect on the 1st of January. 1863. You feel the tremor in every conversation. Abolitionists celebrate. Black communities hold prayer vigils. Soldiers debate what it means. Will it change the war? Will it mean more volunteers? Will it drive the South deeper into rebellion? You stand in the crowd as Lincoln signs it. His hand trembles not with doubt, but with exhaustion. He's waited for this moment since Antietam. The proclamation declares all enslaved people in Confederate territory forever free. It doesn't free everyone. Not immediately. Border states are exempt. But symbolically, it transforms the war. Now, it's not just about preserving the Union. It's about redefining what that Union stands for. You see the shift on the battlefield, too. Black regiments begin to form. Freedmen enlist. Some wear blue uniforms with pride. Others with a quiet fury. Their presence will change. Everything but their story comes later. For now, you march once more through the snowy fields of Virginia, where frost gathers on beards and bayonets, and every soldier knows the war is far from over. It's only just begun to change shape. You trudge beside a column of men moving through ankle-deep snow, breath fogging in the cold morning air. As the Union Army reshuffles again, it's the start of 1863. And after the brutal failure at Fredericksburg, General Burnside is out. And in comes General Joseph Hooker. The name alone makes some of the soldiers smirk. But Fighting Joe, as the newspapers call him, is determined to fix what's broken. You watch him take command with a cocktail of confidence, reorganization, and, honestly, an alarming number of cigars. He talks like he's already won the war. You follow him into tents where he brags of turning the Army of the Potomac into the finest on the planet. End of 20. To his credit, Hooker actually does clean things up. He improves sanitation, overhauls the supply chain, and reorganizes the command structure. You see latrines properly dug for the first time in weeks. Soldiers cheer the arrival of better food, warmer coats, and officers who actually know left from right. Morale lifts. But leadership, as you know by now, isn't just about logistics. It's about timing, instincts, and knowing when to charge versus when to stop polishing your boots. Meanwhile, over in Confederate headquarters, Robert E. Lee prepares to face yet another Union general. You catch him studying maps, his calm as unnerving as ever. Lee is outnumbered again, but that never seems to bother him. He trusts his men, his instincts, and especially his right hand, Stonewall Jackson. Together, they begin preparing for what will become one of the most brilliant and tragic battles of the entire war. You ride with the Union Army in late April, 1863, as it moves around the Confederate position near Fredericksburg, aiming to surprise Lee by crossing the Rappahannock upstream and threatening his flank. Hooker's strategy is sound. His men move with surprising coordination. Spirits are high, as the Union Army concentrates near a tangled woodland area known as Chancellorsville. Hooker exclaims, "My plans are perfect, and when I start to carry them out, may God have mercy on General Lee, for I will have none." You think, oh no, never tempt history with last words like that. Lee hears about the Union movements and does something that seems insane. He divides his already smaller force in the face of a larger enemy. You want to yell at him not to try this, but he's done the math, read the land, and knows his opponent. Lee keeps part of his army in Fredericksburg to distract Union troops and sends Jackson on a flanking march through thick forest to strike the Union right. You trail Jackson's 0 men as they creep silently through the woods for an entire day one of the most daring maneuvers of the war. On May 2, Jackson strikes. The Union right collapses like a card table in a windstorm. Soldiers scatter in panic, some never firing a shot. Confederate troops charge through brush and bramble, cheering and firing, driving the Union line back miles. Before nightfall, it's a triumph of planning, daring, and sheer surprise. But the victory comes at a staggering cost. As dusk falls, Jackson rides out beyond his lines to scout the next day's advance. You're beside him when tragedy strikes his own men, mistaking him for a Union scout. Open fire. Jackson is hit by 3. Bullet zone shatters his arm. He's rushed away in the night, and the arm is amputated the next morning. He has lost his left arm. Lee famously says, "But I have lost my right." Jackson clings to life for days, whispering deliriously of battlefields and heaven, before finally succumbing to pneumonia. You watch as Lee receives the news. He closes his eyes and says nothing for a long time. Then, barely above a whisper, "Let us cross over the river and rest under the shade of the trees." That line sticks in your ribs like a splinter. This beat to Jackson's death. Chancellorsville is a Confederate victory. Lee's daring paid off. Hooker, rattled and uncertain, retreats across the river. He had double the men, better supplies, the initiative, and he still lost. You hear Union soldiers curse Hooker's name all the way back to camp. The press roasts him. Congress stares grimly at another lost opportunity. Lincoln says nothing. He just looks out the window again, counting the names on casualty lists like stars in a dark sky. But something shifts after Chancellorsville. Lee is emboldened. He decides, once again, to invade the North. This time, his goal is bigger than a battlefield win. He hopes a major victory on Northern soil will break the Union's spirit, pressure Washington into negotiations, and maybe, just maybe, convince Britain or France to step in. You pack your things and ride north with the Army of Northern Virginia as they begin the long march into Pennsylvania. Yes, Pennsylvania. You can almost smell the inevitability. Lee crosses the Potomac in June 1863. His troops fan out, gathering supplies. Foraging, which is code for taking stuff, and trying to locate the Union Army. Northern towns panic. You see civilians flee their homes. Store owners hide their goods. Church bells ring warnings. For the first time, the war comes home to the North in a way it never has before. Meanwhile, the Union Army is under new command yet again, this time General George Meade, who accepts the role just days before the next major collision. You barely have time to memorize his face before you're standing outside a small Pennsylvania town called Gettysburg. The armies converge almost by accident. Confederate troops enter Gettysburg looking for shoes. Union cavalry under General John Buford spots them and holds the high ground just long enough for reinforcements to arrive. You're there on the 1st of July as the battle begins fast, brutal, and unplanned. The Union is pushed back through the town, but holds Cemetery Hill by nightfall. The streets are clogged with dead horses, broken carriages, and abandoned rifles. Townspeople hide in basements, praying the war will pass them by. You sleep uneasily that night beneath a stone fence as both armies dig in. More than 160. 0 men will face off here. 3 days of chaos are about to begin. You can already feel the ground humming beneath your back. The anticipation, stretching thin like a taut string. Lee is poised for what could be the greatest gamble of his career. Meade, barely unpacked, holds the high ground and the hopes of a nation. As dawn breaks on the 2nd of July, you brace yourself. The battlefield is about to become a chessboard soaked in blood. Little Round Top, the Peach Orchard, the wheat field names that sound like picnic spots will become forever etched in sorrow. But that's tomorrow. For now, you lie still and try to sleep. Though you know rest is impossible. You've seen what war becomes when confidence meets cannon, and this time, nobody's bringing cigars or speeches. The air on the 2nd of July, Itembabe Lucisan, is thick with anticipation and the metallic scent of coming violence. You're crouched on the slopes of Cemetery Ridge, the hum of distant artillery pulsing in your ears. It's the second day at Gettysburg, and you already feel the battle pressing in, like the walls of a tightening maze. Across the undulating Pennsylvania hills, Confederate forces are maneuvering, probing for weaknesses, while Union troops scramble to hold their shaky lines. The morning is uneasy. The afternoon will be hell. Lee, still confident from Chancellorsville, believes he can break the Union Army. He orders coordinated attacks on both flanks. You trail Lieutenant General James Longstreet as he reluctantly prepares his corps for the offensive. Longstreet isn't thrilled. He thinks the Union position is too strong, the ground too unfavorable. Historians still argue whether Lee's insistence here was tactical genius or a case of overreaching ambition fueled by recent success. Either way, the orders are given. The attack will proceed. The battle begins in the early afternoon. You move with Longstreet's men as they march silently through woods and orchards, trying to strike the Union left at a place called the Peach Orchard. It's sunny, oddly quiet. At first, then a thunderclap of musket and cannon fire erupts. And suddenly, everything is flame and chaos. The Peach Orchard becomes a death trap. You dodge falling tree limbs, duck behind fences, and try not to trip on the wounded clawing at their coats. Men fight over literal feet of ground, trading volleys through the haze of churned-up dust and blood. Just beyond that lies the wheat field, which changes hands 6 times in one afternoon. Yes, 6. You step into it and immediately wish you hadn't. It's a writhing swarm of bayonets, bullets, and shouted commands that no one can hear over the roar. Later, they'll say birds stopped flying over this field for years. You believe it. And then there's Little Round Top. The small rocky hill at the southern tip of the Union line is about to become the fulcrum of the day. You scramble up the slope with Union Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and the 20th Maine, a regiment placed at the extreme left end of the Union line. You can't retreat from here? Chamberlain says. If we go, the whole line goes. No pressure. Confederate forces swarm the hill, wave after wave, each one trying to claw their way up the rocky face. The 20th Maine holds fast, fighting off flanking attempts with dwindling ammunition. You see Chamberlain pacing the line, encouraging his men, bleeding from a minor wound, when he realizes they can't hold much longer. So he orders something almost no one expects, a bayonet charge. Down the hill, into the face of the enemy. And they do it. The 20th Maine charges with a wild yell, bayonets fixed, catching the Confederate attackers completely off guard. You run beside them through smoke and fury, watching stunned Southerners drop their weapons and flee or surrender. The line holds. The hill is saved. You'll never hear a more chaotic moment treated with such dignity in later retellings. But here, now, it's just survival and the grinding will to not let go. As night falls on the second day, both armies are reeling. The fields are carpeted with dead and dying, the grass soaked red. You wander the lines and hear every kind of human sound. Laughter, weeping, men praying to mothers and gods. No one really knows who won the day, but everyone knows the next morning will be worse. July 13 begins quiet. The early morning is strangely still, as if the earth itself is waiting. Lee, convinced he can still break the Union line, makes his most famous and fateful decision: a direct frontal assault on the center of the Union position. You're there as the plan takes shape. Pickett's division fresh, eager, largely untested will lead the charge. You glance at Pickett himself, all curled hair and Southern flair, and wonder if he's aware that his name is about to become synonymous with the word slaughter. Around 1 p.m., Confederate artillery opens up with over 150 cannons aimed at the Union center. You flatten yourself behind a stone wall as the ground shakes with relentless thunder. The air is fire and iron. Union guns respond, and soon the entire ridge is wrapped in smoke and screaming metal. It lasts for nearly 2 hours. Soldiers lie flat in trenches, their ears ringing, their mouths dry. Some pray, others just stare. Then comes silence, brief, unnatural, and then they rise. Pickett's charge begins. You watch nearly 12:00 Confederate soldiers step out of the woods in formation, bayonets glinting in the sun. They march in eerie silence at first, across an open field nearly a mile wide, straight toward the center of the Union line. Union cannons open up immediately. You hear the thunderclap. Seamen disappear in sudden. Red explosions. Whole regiments vanish like smoke. Still they march. Closer now. You're at the stone wall near Cemetery Ridge, as Union infantry wait. Muskets loaded. Nerves taut. The Confederates get within range. And the line erupts. Bullets fly like hail. Smoke smothers sight. Still they come. A few reach the wall. There's hand-to-hand combat. Bayonets. Rifle butts. Fists. For a brief moment. The Confederate line bends the Union position, but then it collapses. You watch men stagger backward across the field. Broken and bleeding. Less than half make it back. Pickett's division is devastated. Lee rides out to meet the survivors. Shoulders sagging. Hat in hand. "It is all my fault," he says. You wonder if anyone hears him over the groans of the dying. Pickett will never forgive him. The battle is over. 3 days. More than 50. NOLA casualties combined. You walk the fields in the eerie stillness of the 4th of July. Dead men lie where they fell. Horses rot in the sun. Farmers' fences are shredded. Trees are shattered. The smell lingers. You help load the wounded onto wagons. Some are missing limbs. Others are missing names. And the town of Gettysburg? It's broken. Homes turned into hospitals. Churches echoing with screams. Civilians picking through ruins for their belongings. You see a girl of 10 staring at a blood-stained doll she finds in her garden. She doesn't cry. She just sits. Lee retreats. Meade does not pursue. Lincoln, hearing the news, is relieved by the victory, but frustrated by the inaction. "We had them within our grasp," he murmurs. And nothing. You feel that same frustration. A chance to end it. Squandered in the name of caution. Again, still. Gettysburg changes everything. It marks the high tide of the Confederacy. Lee's momentum is broken. The South will never again threaten the North so deeply. The Union morale, shaken for so long, starts to steady. And across the fields of Pennsylvania, a cemetery begins to take shape. The graves are shallow at first, marked with names scrawled on scraps of paper and wooden boards. Soon, they will receive marble. Soon, they will receive words. But for now, you sit on the wall where Pickett's men fell. The sun is setting. The birds are quiet. You close your eyes and hear Chamberlain's words echoing in your mind. In great deeds. Something abides. You're not sure what that is yet. But something surely does. You walk through the quiet aftermath of Gettysburg. Boots squelching in blood-soaked grass. As the rain finally begins to fall, it drips from shattered fence posts, runs in rivulets down the broken ridges, and washes the dust from shattered cannons. But no storm. Not even this one. I can cleanse what happened here. The wounded are still being carted away. The dead still buried in makeshift rows. And in the middle of it all, you hear whispers of a river, hundreds of miles to the southwest, a river that cuts through Confederate hopes, just as surely as Union rifles cut through Pickett's charge. You turn your gaze toward Vicksburg. The Mississippi River is more than a body of water, it's a lifeline. Whoever controls it, controls the arteries of America. The Confederacy holds the town of Vicksburg, Mississippi, perched high on cliffs, with cannons pointing in every direction. It's their stronghold, their cork in the bottle. And Ulysses S. Grant, that unimpressive-looking, quietly rumbling Union general with a perpetually muddy coat and a coffee addiction that borders on dangerous, is about to pop that cork. You trail Grant back in the spring of 1863 as he launches a campaign around Vicksburg that reads like a game of snakes and ladders. Etrees cutting canals, crossing swamps, building Levis anything to get around Confederate defenses. Nothing works at first, but he doesn't stop. Unlike McClellan, Grant doesn't believe in waiting for perfect conditions. He believes in doing. By April, Grant does something bold. He marches his army down the west bank of the Mississippi, has Admiral David Porter run gunboats past Vicksburg's guns under cover of night, then ferries his troops across the river at Bruinsburg. It's risky. It's insane. It works. You feel the buzz among his troopshies inside enemy territory. No, secure a supply line. No, clear retreat. But also, no hesitation. From late April through May, Grant moves fast. You follow him through a string of victories. Port Gibson, Raymond, Jackson. Each one chips away at Confederate control. Then he turns west toward Vicksburg, defeating General John C. Pemberton at Champion Hill and driving him back to the city. Grant lays siege. Surrounding Vicksburg and cutting off escape, you stand with Union engineers as they dig trenches closer and closer to the Confederate lines. Inside the city, you see civilians sheltering in caves dug into the hills, eating rats and mules, praying for relief. Cannonballs crash overhead day and night. The city becomes a tomb with flags. Children cry themselves to sleep underground. Southern soldiers hold the line. Barely. The siege lasts 47 days. On the 4th of July, 1863, just one day after Lee begins his retreat from Gettysburg, Vicksburg surrenders. You're there as Union troops enter the city to find exhausted soldiers and silent citizens. It's a massive turning point. The Confederacy is now split in two. The Mississippi belongs to the Union, and Grant becomes a national hero. Quirky detail. The people of Vicksburg are so bitter about the surrender date that they refuse to celebrate the 4th of July for decades. Not until World War II does the holiday return to their calendars. That's how deep the wound cuts. Back in Washington, the twin victories of Gettysburg and Vicksburg light a rare flicker of hope. Newspapers run patriotic headlines again. Politicians who had been sharpening knives for Lincoln's removal start to hesitate. You find the president sitting alone, rereading casualty lists, his face hollow with both relief and grief. Victory, he knows, still comes at a monstrous cost. But even with Confederate setbacks, the war grinds on. Lee retreats, but is not broken. His army still fights with resolve. And, in the West, the Confederates regroup, trying to hold what's left of the Mississippi Corridor. You follow Grant as he begins preparing for another push, this time toward Chattanooga and beyond. The Union is gaining ground, but every mile is soaked in labor, mud, and blood. Meanwhile, the war becomes something more than just movement of armies. It begins to shift how America sees itself. You visit refugee camps of formerly enslaved people, known as contrabands. Some have walked hundreds of miles to reach Union lines. They build communities near forts, set up schools, worship together in makeshift churches. For the first time, they begin to shape freedom into something real, not just a word on a proclamation. Some Union generals, like Benjamin Butler and William Tecumseh Sherman, I don't quite know what to do with them at first. Others, like Grant, to begin to see them as future citizens, allies, and eventually soldiers. Black enlistment surges after the Emancipation Proclamation, though not without resistance. You overhear debates in Union camps where white soldiers argue, sometimes bitterly, about fighting alongside black regiments. The war may be for union and freedom, but racism doesn't vanish with a signature. Yet the 54th Massachusetts, one of the first African American regiments, begins to train with discipline and purpose. You watch them drill, hear them sing spirituals in the evening, feel the fire in their voices as they prepare to prove themselves. They will get their chance soon at Fort Wagner, but for now, their courage is gathering strength like a summer storm. Back in the political arena, Lincoln's critics are many. Some say he's gone too far. Others say not far enough. He faces opposition from Copperhead's Northern Democrats who want peace with the South at any cost. You attend one of their rallies and listen to a man argue that the war is a black Republican crusade. You quietly exit before the tomatoes start flying. Even in the North, support for the war is not universal. New York City erupts in draft riots in July 1863. Just after Gettysburg and Vicksburg, you weave through mobs, setting fires and attacking black citizens, blaming them for the war. Union troops, fresh from the battlefield, are called in to restore order. Some literally march from Gettysburg to Manhattan. The city smells of smoke and fear. It's a brutal reminder. The war may be fought in fields, but it burns in cities too. As summer turns to fall, the casualties keep coming. Disease runs rampant in the camps. Typhoid, dysentery, pneumonia, silent killers more effective than any bullet. You sit beside a field nurse who confesses she can't feel her hands anymore, not from cold, but from washing the dead. Still, Lincoln pushes forward. He drafts the first lines of a new speech. Something short. Something to consecrate the dead at Gettysburg's new cemetery. You see the scrap of paper in his jacket pocket, scrawled in pencil, tucked between other speeches, orders, and letters from grieving mothers. He doesn't know yet that he's writing one of the most famous speeches in American history. But that moment's still a few months away. For now, who the Union has turned the tide but hasn't crossed the finish line. The Confederacy may be wounded, but it is not dead. Lee still commands an army. Davis still governs from Richmond. And thousands still believe they can whine or at least endure long enough to make the North quit. You ride with Union supply wagons rumbling down fresh-cut roads. The scent of sawdust and sweat hanging in the air. The wheels creak. The horses grunt. You know where this is going. There are more battles to come. Bigger ones. Stranger ones. Ones where rivers run red. And the sky seems to groan under the weight of cannon smoke. But for a moment, just this moment, you sit atop a bluff overlooking the Mississippi, watching it roll free and wide, flowing north to south like a vein now reopened. Below, a Union gunboat chugs steadily upstream. Whistle blowing, The flag atop it flutters in the breeze, bright against the smoky sky. And for the first time in a long while, you think, maybe, just maybe, this tide is turning. The sky over Washington is soft with autumn haze, the kind that makes statues look sleepy and cannon barrels glint like silver. You're back in the Capitol in November of 1863, just in time to watch a gangly man in a black suit step off a train and head toward a low hill outside a small Pennsylvania town. Lincoln's coat hangs too long. His hat is a little crooked, and he's clearly exhausted. But today, he will speak briefly, carefully, and with more impact than any general's saber. You weave through the crowd at Gettysburg, where a new national cemetery is being dedicated on the site of the war's bloodiest battle. People shift their weight on cold ground. Waiting for the orator of the day, Edward Everetto, take the stage. He speaks for 2 hours. His voice carries. His phrases rise and fall. And yet, by the time he steps away, most folks remember only how long they had to stand. Then Lincoln steps forward. No grand gestures. No dramatic pauses. Just 272 words. 407 years ago. You don't breathe. No one does. It's not the voice, it's the simplicity. The stillness. He speaks of birth and death, of war testing whether a nation, conceived in liberty, can long endure. He talks about the dead not needing words, but action. He speaks of a new birth of freedom and a government of the people, by the people, for the people, and then he's done. He sits down before most folks realize he's even begun. The crowd is puzzled. Some applaud. Others blink in silence. One woman whispers, "Is that all?" But over time, those words will echo louder than any cannon ever could. You feel it as you walk away from the hill. That strange sense that you just heard something meant to last centuries. Back in the field, the war grinds on. In Tennessee, you join Union forces fighting to control the gateway to the Deep South. Chattanooga, nestled among ridges and rivers, becomes the focus. Confederate General Braxton Bragg holds the high ground around the city, trapping Union forces inside. You watch soldiers dig in, low on supplies, pinned by Southern artillery, perched atop Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge. Lincoln, tired of dithering, sends Grant, now commanding the entire Western Theater, to take control. You see him arrive in Chattanooga, stepping off the train with muddy boots and cigar smoke trailing behind him like a personal flag. He barely speaks, just nods, lights another stogie, and gets to work. First, he opens a supply line. You ride the new cracker line, as crates of food and ammunition finally reach the starving Union garrison. Then he orders attacks. Lookout Mountain falls in the battle above the clouds, where Union troops fight through mist and fog to scale the heights. You swear it feels like a dream blue coats rising through white mist, bayonets flashing like ghosts. Then comes the 25th of November, 1863, the assault on Missionary Ridge. It's supposed to be a diversion. Union troops are ordered to take the rifle pits at the base. But once they succeed, they don't stop. Without orders, the soldiers keep climbing. They surge up the steep ridge, dodging fire, scaling rocks, yelling like banshees. You run with them, gasping as the Confederates break and flee from the summit. It's a stunning, unplanned victory. Bragg retreats. Chattanooga belongs to the Union, and the road to Atlanta, heart of the Confederacy, now wide open. Back in Richmond, you see panic taking root. Jefferson Davis fumes over Bragg's failure. Supplies run low. Inflation spirals. Southern railroads splinter under the weight of war. Still, there's fight left. Lee holds strong in Virginia. Confederate identity stiffens. And the dream of independence doesn't die, it just digs in. Meanwhile, Lincoln makes a decision that's long been coming. Ulysses S. Grant will be given command of all Union armies. It's a risk. Grant is controversial. Rumors swirl about his drinking, his rough manners, his disdain for fancy uniforms. But Lincoln sees something others don't: a man who finishes what he starts. I can't spare this man. Lincoln once said, he fights. Aye, and fight he will. But the war is changing. 2. You see it in the eyes of the soldier charter now. Less romantic. They've stopped predicting it'll end by Christmas. They know better. Camp life is no longer a novelty, it's routine. Lice, dysentery, and boredom gnaw as much as bullets. You hear men argue over coffee about copperheads, conscription, and abolition. Some grow beards just to have something to do. One guy starts carving chess pieces out of bone, loses a finger to a misplaced bayonet before he finishes the bishop. But the idea of why they're fighting has evolved since the Emancipation Proclamation, since Gettysburg. More soldiers, especially in the North Sea, this as a crusade against slavery. Not all. Some still grumble about fighting for black freedom. But the tide has shifted. You hear it in sermons, in letters home, in the quiet determination of black soldiers donning blue for the first time. The 54th Massachusetts gets its moment on the 18th of July. Item Babe Liushisen. You're there at the gates of Fort Wagner, South Carolina. As Colonel Robert Gould Shaw leads his regiment, many of them formerly enslaved, into a storm of Confederate fire. It's a slaughter. Shaw is killed. Nearly half the regiment falls. But their bravery electrifies the North. Black men can and will fight. And now, there's no turning back. The war is becoming total. Civilians soufflés. Farms are torched. Railroads destroyed. Union raiders sweep through southern countryside. Confederate guerrillas strike northern towns. You pass through Kansas, still haunted by its bleeding years, where both sides engage in retribution masked as patriotism. One old man offers you cornbread and then tells you, matter of fact, that his son was hanged by Yankee devils. He shrugs. So I hung two back. In the North. Politics swirl like leaves in a storm. Lincoln's popularity swings wildly. Congress bickers. The 1,864 election looms. And even his own cabinet doubts he'll survive it. You sit in on a meeting where Edwin Stanton, Secretary of War, mutters that Lincoln is too soft, too slow. Lincoln just sighs and keeps reading troop reports. He knows the only thing that will win the war, the next election, is victory. And he's betting it all on Grant. Grant, now based with the Army of the Potomac, starts planning something grim, A sustained campaign against Lee. No more retreats. No more delays. Just push. Fight. Grind. You hear him say it with eerie calm. I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer. It will take longer than that, but for now, as the leaves fall across Virginia and the mud freezes in Tennessee, you know a new phase is beginning. The speeches have been made, the proclamations signed, the rivers taken, the blood spilled. Now comes the part where they don't win the war. They end it. You feel it before you see it, the low, relentless thunder of thousands of boots moving south through the wet spring mud of Virginia. The Army of the Potomac is on the march again. But this time, something's different. No more tiptoeing. No more elegant retreats. Ulysses S. Grant, newly in command of all Union forces, rides at the front, not with pomp or fanfare, but with mud-caked trousers, a slouch hat pulled low, and a face that looks like it's been carved from leftover cannonballs. He doesn't pose. He doesn't parade. He just pushes forward. It's May 1864, and the plan is brutal in its simplicity. Engage Lee's army, and never let go. You've watched campaigns start and stop before, but this one feels relentless, like a machine refusing to break stride. You ride with the bluecoats as they enter the wilderness, a dense, tangled forest west of Fredericksburg, thick with underbrush, thorns, and the skeletal remains of earlier battles. The terrain is a soldier's nightmare. No visibility, no maneuvering room, and dry leaves crunching under every step like they're begging to be set on fire. And soon, they are. May 7, the Battle of the Wilderness. You huddle beneath a pine as gunfire cracks through the trees in every direction. The smoke hangs low, and the screams come from places you can't even see. Soldiers fire blindly into the green fog, bullets ricocheting off tree trunks, sparking brief, deadly fires that spread through the dry brush. Men burn alive where they fall. You gag on the smell of smoke and flesh. No one can see where the lines begin or end. It's not war. It's panic in a haunted forest. But Grant doesn't retreat. That's the difference. Every general before him would have pulled back, declared regrouping, and made some half-hearted excuse about supply lines. But not Grant. When the shooting dies down on May 7, and the wounded groan in the trees, you see a signal corpsman raise the flag not north, but south. The army isn't going home. It's going around. You feel a ripple through the camp like someone just lit a fuse. This war is going to end one way. Forward. Lee realizes it too. You glimpse him on a ridge, eyes shadowed beneath his hat, staring south with quiet dread. Grant's army is bigger, better supplied, and most terrifying of all, it won't quit. So begins the Overland Campaign. You march with Grant's men from one clash to another, like a blood-soaked relay. Next stop, Spotsylvania Courthouse. May 8/21. Spotsylvania. You arrive in time to see the digging. Trenches are appearing everywhere. Zigzagging earthworks. Logs piled with dirt. Rifle pits in front of shallow mounds. This isn't the open combat of Bull Run. This is trench warfare, before it had a name. You follow the Union attack on the Mule Shoe salient, and it's like watching men charge into the mouth of a steel furnace. May 12, the bloody angle. You crouch in the rain as thousands of men collide in hand-to-hand combat that lasts nearly 20 hours. Bayonets, rifle butts, fists, knives. One soldier stabs through the back of another's head and can't pull the weapon free. Trees are literally cut down by musket balls. A 22-inch oak stump, shattered by rifle fire, becomes a relic on display after the war. You press your hand to it. It's not just a tree, it's a monument to insanity. Grant loses men. A lot of them. But Lee can't afford his losses either. And still, the Union Army moves south, North Anna, Totopotomoy Creek, Cold Harbor. Each battle bleeds into the next like a nightmare that never ends. At Cold Harbor, June Untroy. You hear Grant's own men say they're marching into death. They pin their names on scraps of paper to the backs of their uniforms so their bodies can be identified. And then they go anyway. The assault on the 3rd of June lasts just 8 minutes. 8. Thousands fall. You crouch behind a smoking cannon, watching the field turn red and wondering how anyone is still upright. Even Grant regrets it. I regret this assault more than any I ever ordered. He'll write later, and he means it. But he still doesn't stop. After Cold Harbor, Grant swings south again. This time, crossing the James River on a floating pontoon bridge over 0 feet long, built in total silence. You walk the bridge yourself at dawn. The water below slick and dark. The air still and heavy. It's audacious. It's brilliant. And it puts Union forces right outside Petersburg. Petersburg. You'll be here a while. Lee rushes to defend the city, knowing that if Petersburg falls, Richmond is next. But Grant doesn't gamble on another direct assault. Instead, he lays siege. You've seen this before at Vicksburg. Grant knows how to starve a city. So begins the siege of Petersburg. It will last 9 months. The two armies settle into trenches, some only yards apart. You walk through a Union trench and overhear soldiers joking about how they can hear Confederates snoring. Both sides dig. Die. And dig more. Earthworks stretch for miles. The landscape becomes a patchwork of mud, rats, and misery. Rain turns the trenches into soup. Summer brings heat stroke. Autumn. Disease. But you also see ingenuity. Union engineers, mostly Pennsylvania coal miners, begin tunneling under the Confederate lines. Their plan? Pack the tunnel with explosives and blow a hole through which Union troops can pour. The 30th of July. The Battle of the Crater. It works, at first. You stand on a ridge as the explosion erupts an enormous blast that sends men and earth skyward in a massive plume of smoke and dust. A Confederate battery disappears. A crater, the size of a swimming pool, opens in the ground. And then, confusion. Union troops, poorly led, charge into the crater instead of around it. They become trapped. Confederate soldiers rally and fire down into the pit like a shooting gallery. You see carnage so tight-packed, there's nowhere to step. A planned triumph becomes a disaster. Even worse. The 4th Division, composed of black troops, was supposed to lead the charge, but were replaced at the last minute by white troops. Out of political fear. The black soldiers are sent in later. unsupported, and are slaughtered. It's tragedy inside of failure, inside of racism. You walk the crater afterward and feel the stillness. One soldier mutters, "It looked like the mouth of hell." And yet Grant still doesn't stop. Petersburg holds, but barely. Lee's army is trapped, stretching thinner each day. Grant extends his lines, bit by bit, strangling the Confederacy with dirt and determination. The war has entered its final phase, not with glorious cavalry charges, but with mud, attrition, and the grim resolve of men who refuse to stop dying until it's done. In the camps, the soldiers feel it. They talk less now. They smoke more. They carve little notches into rifle stocks. Not for kills, but for months survived. You watch a boy who used to sing to his squad mates now sit in silence, staring into the dirt as if he could see the end crawling toward him from beneath the earth. You visit Lincoln one night. He's older now, not just in body, but in soul. His hands tremble. His eyes are swollen. He's reading yet another casualty list. So many. He whispers, "So many. And I know their names. Oh, Kate." Then he folds the list, puts it in a drawer, and goes back to writing orders. Because it isn't over, but it's getting close. You're standing on the edge of Georgia, swatting gnats and squinting into the rising sun as the trees thin and a thunderous procession begins to move an army. Yes, but also something else. A storm in boots and blue wool, draped in smoke and cursing. It's late 1864, and you're about to witness one of the most infamous, devastating, and strangely well-organized acts of chaos in American history. William Tecumseh Sherman is going to march to the sea, and he's bringing hell with him. You ride at the front of Sherman's column as it leaves the ruins of Atlanta smoldering behind. The city fell in September. After months of siege and shelling, you can still smell brick dust, scorched cotton bales, and the sharp sting of destruction. Confederate General John Bell Hood had evacuated the city, and Sherman, who had no intention of leaving it usable, ordered the military depots burned. The flames took the rest. Atlanta, that railroad hub and industrial pride of the South, is now a burnt-out husk. Its fall sent Lincoln's re-election campaign from floundering to victorious. But the war isn't over. Not yet. So Sherman, with roughly 60,000 men, decides to carve a path through Georgia. Not to chase an army, he's leaving Hood's forces behind. His aim is broader: break the Confederacy's will to fight by striking at its economy, its infrastructure, and, maybe more than anything, its pride. Historians still argue whether it was brilliant strategy or unnecessary cruelty. But you'll see for yourself what happens when war stops knocking politely and kicks the door clean off the hinges. The march to the sea begins in mid-November. Sherman's army spreads out in multiple columns, moving light and fast. They carry no traditional supply line, no wagons trailing for miles, no long tether of provisions. Instead, they'll live off the land. You ride beside soldiers who cheerfully loot smokehouses, butcher pigs, seize corn from barns, and twist up railroad tracks. They call it foraging. Locals call it theft. The difference depends on which side of the musket you're on. Railroads are torn apart methodically. Steel rails are heated in bonfires and then twisted around trees into corkscrew shapes called Sherman's neckties. Bridges are burned. Telegraph lines cut. Mills destroyed. You watch towns shrink into ashes and plantations crack open like eggshells. One man tries to bribe a Union colonel to spare his cotton bales. The colonel smiles politely, takes the bribe, and burns the cotton anyway. Sherman doesn't want to kill civilians. This isn't about slaughter, but he does want them to feel the war. Houses are spared if they don't resist. If they do, they vanish. You see soldiers leave behind mocking notes, compliments of Uncle Billy. One town greets Sherman's troops with white flags and hot biscuits. Another tries to fire on them and wakes up to empty storehouses and smoldering shingles and the enslaved people god. The people, as the Union Army marches through, thousands of enslaved men, women, and children leave their plantations and follow, forming a vast, ragged procession of hope. You walk beside them, hearing songs whispered in the dark, seeing babies carried on backs, elders limping beside soldiers, heads held high. Some Union officers are hesitant. They'll slow us down, they say. Others help them build temporary camps, find food, even enlist the men into the army. But tragedy doesn't spare them. Near the end of the march, at Ebenezer Creek, Union forces suddenly cut a pontoon bridge after crossing, stranding hundreds of freed people as Confederate cavalry closes in. Some are captured. Many drown trying to follow. You hear the cries through the mist, and your heart breaks right there on the riverbank. Sherman never forgets the moment. But he doesn't stop either. The march continues. By December, the army nears Savannah. You can smell the sea. You hear gulls. The city surrenders without a fight. Sherman sends Lincoln a telegram. I beg to present you as a Christmas gift, the city of Savannah. It's a perfect ending for a nightmare journey poetic. If your idea of poetry includes scorched earth and mules pulling pianos through wrecked towns. The impact? Immense. The South is reeling. Sherman has proven that the Confederacy's heartland isn't untouchable. Railroads? Gone. Supply depots? Gone. Psychological security? Absolutely. Definitively. Gone. Southern morale collapses in places where the guns haven't even fired. You pass through towns where newspapers stop printing. Postmasters resign. Confederate officials vanish in the night. They don't need a battle. They just heard Sherman's coming. Meanwhile, Sherman's not done. After a brief pause in Savannah, he turns north toward the Carolinas. South Carolina, the first state to secede, becomes a personal target, the cradle of secession. He calls it, spoiler, cradles don't last long when Uncle Billy's in town. But as Sherman works the Southeast like a fire-breathing metronome, you ride west again, to Tennessee, where another showdown is brewing. Confederate General John Bell Hood, left behind by Sherman, marches north in a desperate gambit to draw Union forces away from Georgia. He collides with Union General John Schofield at Franklin, Tennessee. In November, what happens there is a catastrophe for the South. You stand at the base of a hill on a clear night, watching as Hood orders a frontal assault against entrenched Union troops. His men charge bravely foolishly into a wall of gunfire. Confederate officers fall in such numbers that it becomes the highest casualty rate for generals in any Civil War battle. The Carter House, a farmhouse turned command post, is left riddled with bullet holes. You pass through it later and swear the walls still echo with shouts. Then, in December, Union General George Thomas utterly destroys Hood's remaining army at Nashville. It's one of the most complete Union victories of the war. Hood's army ceases to exist in any meaningful form. You ride past the remains of his column's deserters, limping soldiers, abandoned cannon sand, realize this isn't just a tactical loss. It's the end of a fighting force, and all the while, Lee holds Richmond. Barely. Petersburg's siege grinds on into the cold winter months. Ration dwindle. Morale thins. Confederate soldiers desert in growing numbers. Lee writes disparate letters to Jefferson Davis, requesting more men, more food, more anything. You read them and feel the quiet despair between the lines. In the North, though, something else is happening. Momentum. Lincoln wins re-election in November 1864. You watch him humbly accept, knowing full well he might not live to see peace. His opponent, George McClellan's. That McClellan runs on a platform of peace with the South. But after Atlanta falls and Sherman begins his march, public opinion shifts. The voters choose war until victory. Lincoln sees the end approaching. You can tell. He spends more time with his son Tad. He walks the White House halls at night, alone, thinking. But he doesn't gloat. He doesn't celebrate. He just hopes he'll survive long enough to finish the job. And so you return to the road, following the worn paths of men who've seen too much and yet keep marching. You see trees stripped for firewood, churches turned into hospitals, and once proud mansions occupied by blue-clad boys who'd never seen a chandelier before. And the Southern people? They survive? Some with dignity, some with venom, most with silent endurance. You pass a farm where a widow works the land alone. Children at her skirts. The barn door broken from a cavalry raid. She doesn't wave. She doesn't beg. She just keeps digging. This is no longer just a war of muskets and maps. It's a war of attrition, of morale, of memory. And even as the guns fire, you can feel the future rushing toward you, because soon, very soon now, the Confederacy is going to crack. And you will be there to see what's left standing when the smoke finally clears. You awake before dawn outside Petersburg to the groaning chorus of a war too long-lived. The ground is frozen stiff, the air sharp as bayonets, and even the cannon smoke seems sluggish in the December sky. It's early 1865, and you can feel at the end, not close, not yet safe, but close enough to smell like distant rain. Confederate troops shiver in their thin gray coats behind worn-out fortifications. The rations are threadbare. The horses, mere shadows of themselves. Lee's army is stretched paper-thin, and Grant knows it. The siege of Petersburg, which began the previous summer, has turned into a slow and silent strangling. You walk the Union trenches and see how far the lines now stretch. Miles of mud, tangled telegraph wire, and cannon pits. Grant has extended his reach far to the west. like a massive hand tightening around Richmond's throat. Lee cannot reinforce without weakening some other part. You hear Union engineers joking grimly, "We're going to win this war by inches." And they might be right. Confederate soldiers start deserting more frequently. You spot the signs-abandoned rifles near the trench edges. Scuffed boot prints heading west. Some just vanish. Others walk directly to Union lines. Hands raised, begging for coffee and hardtack. When you speak with them, they look hollowed out. "Ain't no war left." One whispers, "Just waiting to die." They've given up on winning. Now they're just hoping to live inside Richmond. Jefferson Davis clings to hope like a man gripping a handrail on a sinking ship. You pass his office and see maps being shuffled. Letters scribbled. Rumors spread like last-ditch prayers. He dreams of linking Lee with General Johnston's forces in North Carolina. It's a fantasy. There's no strength left to join anything. Still, the Confederate government continues to function. Technically, if you define function as issuing currency worth less than firewood and arguing about troop movements that won't materialize. Meanwhile, Sherman is marching north. After Savannah, he slices into South Carolina with the same fiery strategy he used in Georgia. But this time, the burning is personal. This is the birthplace of secession, and Sherman makes no attempt to restrain his men's fury. You ride through towns torched to embers, churches with smoke still rising from their rafters, plantation homes reduced to blackened skeletons. Columbia, the state capital, falls in February. Fires consume it overnight, whether from retreating Confederates or rowdy Union soldiers. No one's sure. Historians still argue who lit the match. But the flames don't care. They just rise. You watch Sherman ride through the ruins with his usual detachment, scribbling notes and ignoring the heat on his cheeks. War is cruelty, he once said. And you cannot refine it? It's hard to disagree as you step over scorched bricks and charred hymnals. By March, Sherman has entered North Carolina. Resistance stiffens slightly Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston does his best to rally the last shreds of an army, but it's a hopeless fight. The men are exhausted. Ammunition is low, and the sense of purpose that once carried Southern soldiers through Antietam and Gettysburg has thinned to a whimper. You hear whispers of peace. Not loud, not certain, but real. Confederate deserters speak of terms. Northern newspapers speculate about surrender. Even Grant and Lincoln exchange cautious letters about what a post-war South might look like. But first, one final push. The 1st of April. 1865. The Battle of Five Forks. You're there with Union cavalry under Phil Sheridan as they hammer the Confederate flank west of Petersburg. It's fast and vicious, more movement than most of the long siege has seen in months. Lee's right collapses. Petersburg's defenses are now a threadbare sheet, and Grant pulls it apart with ease. The next morning, the 2nd of April, Union forces launch a full assault. You move with the 6th Corps as they smash through Confederate lines. The trenches are breached. The batteries abandoned. Lee sends a desperate telegram to Davis in Richmond. "I see no prospect of doing more than holding our position here till night. I advise that all preparations be made for leaving Richmond tonight." Oh, that's the death knell. You run ahead to Richmond, just in time to see the city catch fire, not from Union bombs, but from its own defenders, Confederate soldiers, ordered to destroy anything of military value, ignite warehouses, armories, even liquor stores. The flames spread. Civilian panic. Chaos reigns. You duck through alleyways as fire leaps from rooftop to rooftop and smoke swallows the sky. It is not a battle, it is a burial. The 3rd of April. Union troops march into Richmond. You follow them along the same streets you've seen parades and protests on. Now they're lined with soot-covered survivors. Black residents flood the streets, weeping, singing, collapsing in gratitude. You hear a woman say, "Bless the Lord. The day of Jubilee has come." A Union soldier helps her to her feet, too stunned to speak. Lincoln himself arrives on the 4th of April. No fanfare. No speech. Just a simple walk through the city. His tall frame instantly recognizable even in the crowd. Freed people gather around him. One man drops to his knees, and Lincoln gently urges him up. "Don't kneel to me," he says. "That is not right. You must kneel only to God." You watch this moment unfold and feel the weight of it press into your ribs like a deep breath held too long. But Lee is still out there retreating west, trying to meet Johnston in North Carolina, clinging to hope that doesn't exist. Grand poursuit. The chase is swift, brutal, and inevitable. Lee's men march barefoot, foraging for cornmeal, eating bark in some cases. They try to destroy supply wagons before the Union can catch them. You find the remains of one burned convoy split barrels of salted meat, smoldering canvas, a half-buried drum. The 6th of April. At Sailor's Creek, Union forces intercept a large portion of Lee's army. It's a slaughter. Over 8,000 Confederates are captured, many surrendering without a fight. You hear a Union officer shout, "It's all over." You wonder if he's right. The 9th of April. 1865. You arrive at Appomattox Courthouse. It's a sleepy village of a few buildings and one now famous parlor. Lee, dignified but exhausted, meets Grant inside Wilmer McLean's home. Fun fact, McLean had moved away from the Manassas battlefield in 1861 to avoid the war. Now it ends in his living room. Talk about bad real estate luck. The surrender terms are generous. Confederate officers keep their swords. Soldiers are paroled and allowed to return home with their horses to put in a crop. Grant says, "There's no cheering. No gloating. Just a deep, aching silence outside." You watch as Lee mounts his horse and rides off. His men sob openly. Union soldiers remove their hats in respect. You feel time freeze in that monotone war ending. Another world beginning. The guns fall silent. The Confederacy is dead. But your journey isn't quite over yet. You wake to birdsong, actual birdsong for the first time in what feels like years. The cannons are quiet. The bugles, mostly silent. It's mid-April 1865. And the war, at least for the Army of Northern Virginia, is over. But don't exhale just yet. You're still walking through a nation littered with splinters, broken towns, broken families, and a broken president who's about to become a martyr. After Lee's surrender at Appomattox, The rest of the Confederate military dominoes begin to fall. You ride south toward North Carolina, where General Joseph E. Johnston still commands a respectable army. But he knows it's done. His troops know it too. Many are deserting. Some just walking home without a word. Others stay because they're scared, hungry, or just don't know what else to do. You sit with them in the woods outside Raleigh boys who haven't been paid in months. Officers whose maps are more tear-stained than strategic. Some still curse Sherman's name. Others whisper about peace, or freedom, or food. Always food. On the 26th of April, Johnston surrenders to Sherman at Bennett Place. It's the largest troop surrender of the War 89 Reals. 0 men laid down their arms. From Texas to the Carolinas, the message trickles outward, one by one. The remaining Confederate armies crumble. The Trans-Mississippi Department holds out until late May. Mostly because news travels slowly. You find Confederate soldiers in Arkansas who haven't even heard about Lee yet. When they do, they drop their rifles like hot coals and melt into the forests. But not everyone surrenders so quietly. You trail Confederate President Jefferson Davis as he flees south with what remains of his government. Gold rumored to be Confederate treasure rattles in the wagons. Davis still dreams of regrouping in Texas or Mexico, even as Union cavalry closes in. On May 10, near Irwinville, Georgia, he's captured while wearing a shawl over his shoulders. The Union press has a field day with that one. "Davis caught in petticoats," they cry. Laughing, he insists it was just cold. Historians still debate whether it was disguise or comfort either way. The dream of the Confederate nation dies, not with a battle cry, but with a whimper and a wardrobe malfunction. And then, just as the nation draws a ragged breath of relief, the unthinkable happens. The 14th of April. Lincoln goes to Ford's Theater. You're nearby when word spreads first like a rumor, then like a gunshot echoing through the streets. The president's been shot. Chaos follows. Crowds swarm the alley. Soldiers appear like ants. You push through the throng and glimpse the flickering lights from across the street. Inside, the Peterson house, where Lincoln is taken. He lies on a bed too short for his tall frame. Breathing shallowly. You hear the sobs of Mary Todd Lincoln from the hallway. You see the doctors doing all they can. Which isn't much. It's already too late. At 7:22 a.m. on the 15th of April, Abraham Lincoln dies. You stand with the stunned crowd outside. No cheers. No gasps. Just silence. One man removes his hat. Another drops to his knees. Some weep openly. Others simply stare. Secretary of War Edwin Stanton steps forward and says what will become history. Now he belongs to the ages. John Wilkes Booth, the assassin actor, Southern sympathizer, and self-declared martyr flees into the night. He breaks his leg during the escape, but manages to evade capture for 12 days. You join the manhunt through the swamps of Virginia, tracking rumors, listening to frightened farmhands and suspicious barkeeps. Finally, Booth is cornered in a tobacco barn near Port Royal. When he refuses to surrender, Union troops set the barn ablaze. A soldier shoots him. Booth, these hours later, whispering, "Useless." Useless. You think of all the lives his act has shattered, none of them useless. Except maybe his own. The assassination wasn't just personal, it was part of a larger plot. Coordinated attacks on multiple members of Lincoln's cabinet were planned. Secretary of State William Seward is stabbed in his home but survives. Vice President Andrew Johnson was also a target, though his would-be assassin loses his nerve. The conspiracy shakes Washington to its core. You attend the trial of the accused military tribunal. Harsh and swift. 4 are hanged, including Mary Surratt, the first woman executed by the federal government. Her involvement remains a topic of historical debate to this day. And then, there's the funeral. You walk with the mourners, as Lincoln's body is taken on a slow, somber train journey from Washington, D.C. to Springfield, Illinois. The route reverses the path he took to the Capitol in 1861, like a sad echo of promise undone. At every stop, thousands gather to view the coffin, laying flowers, saluting, whispering prayers. You pass women fainting from grief, children lifted to see the casket, entire towns draped in black. In New York City, the line to view him stretches for miles. In Chicago, they play dirges, so slowly it feels like time itself is mourning. Finally, in Springfield, he is laid to rest. You stand at the grave, among veterans, freedmen, schoolchildren. No cannon, no speech, just wind through the trees. And now, Reconstruction begins. You turn your eyes to Washington again, where Andrew Johnson, accidental president, is now in charge. A Southern Democrat who stayed loyal to the Union. Johnson is a strange figure, proud, stubborn, deeply mistrustful of the elite, but no friend to abolitionists either. You sit in on his first cabinet meetings. The tension is thick enough to butter bread with. He wants to readmit the Southern states quickly, with minimal punishment. Radical Republicans in Congress want the opposite: accountability, protection for freed people, and a total restructuring of the South. The fight is coming. But in the fields, on the farms, in the places where cannons no longer roar, people try to rebuild. You ride past shattered plantations where landowners and freedmen now negotiate wages instead of issuing orders. It's awkward, uneven, sometimes ugly. You meet freedmen's bureau agents, setting up schools in church basements, handing out rations, mediating labor disputes. One little boy shows you his Primurthy alphabet in one hand, a hoe in the other. A is for abolition, he says proudly. You smile and hope he lives long enough to read it without fear. But not everyone welcomes the new order. Across the South, resentment festers. You hear whispers of secret meetings, of night riders in hoods, of former Confederates seeking revenge. The war may be over, but the peace is fragile, and violence is never far from the surface. Still, the flags are folded, the guns are stacked, and the long process of healing begins as you look around at the torn nation, the exhausted people, the headlines brimming with grief and politics. You wonder what Lincoln might say if he were still here. Probably something simple, something grounded, something about malice toward none, with charity for all. You sit on a fence post outside Petersburg one last time. The field now quiet. The grass starting to return, and you exhale. Because the war is over. But the story? Far from finished. You saddle up once more. Boots thudding through the soft dust of a reborn South that feels more like an open wound than a nation reborn. It's summer 1865. The soldiers have gone home, those lucky enough to still have homes. The battle flags are furled. But now begins a more delicate and dangerous mission than anything fought with bayonets, trying to piece together a country that just spent 4 years trying to tear itself in two. Welcome to Reconstruction, or, as one general mutters, welcome to the next war. You return to Richmond, where the city is still half ash and half defiant. Union troops patrol the streets alongside newly freed black residents who are cautiously stepping into freedom's shaky sunlight. Everyone's nervous. You feel it in shopkeepers' tight smiles, the wary glances at federal uniforms, and the daily buzz of rumorsland confiscation, retribution, black citizenship, white retaliation. It's a chessboard where the pieces hate each other and the rules are being rewritten on the fly. In Washington, Andrew Johnson is laying out his plan. It's lenient, trop lenient. Many say former Confederate leaders are being pardoned en masse. You sit in on one of his press conferences where he bellows about restoring the Union quickly, as if it's a plumbing problem instead of a racial reckoning. He seems to believe that as long as secession is acknowledged as a mistake, the South should be welcomed back with open arms. No justice. No real reform. Just a handshake and a hearty. Let's never speak of this again. You ride through Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, places that haven't seen a functioning economy in months. Cotton fields leave fallow. Train stations echo with silence. But freed people are everywhere. Eager to work. Eager to learn. Eager to live. You join a class in a rickety schoolhouse near Natchez. An elderly woman who was once enslaved is teaching children how to read from the Bible. She can't read every word herself yet, but she knows the letters. You hear her say, "Every syllable I learn is a hammer against my old chains." It isn't all hopeful. Though, you feel the hostility thickening around you. In some towns, former Confederates take back political control almost immediately. They begin passing Black Codes laws designed to limit the freedom of Black Americans, to force them into labor contracts, to criminalize vagrancy, to keep the plantation system alive in all but name. Historians still argue whether this was a continuation of slavery or simply a new strategy for racial control. You hear the arguments loud, bitter, and terrifying. In response, Congress acts. Radical Republicans, furious at Johnson's softness, begin to take charge. You ride past a congressional chamber where Thaddeus Stevens is thundering like an Old Testament prophet. They want the South rebuilt from scratch. New governments, new laws, protections for freed people. They passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, and then the 14th Amendment, guaranteeing citizenship to anyone born in the U.S., regardless of race. Johnson vetoes both. Congress overrides both. The gloves are off. Back in the South, to resistance to these changes bubbles into violence. You hear the whispers at night-hooded men. Midnight rides. Burned, Churches. The Ku Klux Klan is born in Tennessee. First, as a club of bored ex-Confederates. Then, as a paramilitary terror group, their aim is simple: restore white supremacy by any means necessary. You ride past homes still smoking from arson. You speak to black voters who were beaten for daring to register. You see the bruises, the broken tools, the silences. And yet, incredibly, the resistance doesn't stop the progress. In 1867, Congress passes the Reconstruction Acts, dividing the South into 5 military districts. Union generals now run state governments. New state constitutions are written. Black men vote. Black men win. You stand with a crowd in Louisiana as they elect black legislators for the first time. In South Carolina, a black majority legislature passes laws protecting education, labor rights, and civil rights. It's fragile, but it's real. You feel history being bent slightly, stubbornly toward justice. Still, tensions remain. The Southern economy is limping. Sharecropping becomes the new system. Landowners leasing land to freedmen in return for a share of the crop. It sounds fair. It's not. They spill up. Contracts are manipulated. You walk past cabins where children shell corn with bruised fingers. Their parents too exhausted to dream anymore. Freedom, they say, tastes like dust and cottonseed. Meanwhile, Johnson becomes increasingly unhinged. He tours the country on what's supposed to be a campaign to support his policies, but ends up as a string of drunken, rant-filled disasters. You attend one of his speeches in Cleveland, where he yells at hecklers and compares himself to Jesus. The crowd heckles louder. It's like watching a bar fight in slow motion. Eventually, Congress has enough. In 1868, Johnson is impeached. The charge: violating the Tenure of Office Act by trying to fire Secretary of War Edwin Stanton without Senate approval. But really, it's about everything. You sit through the trial in the Senate, watching tension mount. In the end, Johnson survives by 1 vote. 1. He finishes his term a political corpse, wandering the halls of power with no influence left. That same year, Ulysses S. Grant runs for president. You remember Grant Muddy Boots, unshockable star, cigar perpetually clenched. Now he wears a suit and carries the weight of victory on his shoulders. His campaign slogan is, "Let us have peace." America, exhausted, agrees. He wins handily. And when he takes office in 1869, he pledges to enforce civil rights and protect black voters. And he tries. You ride with federal troops as they suppress the Klan in South Carolina. You watch Congress pass the 15th Amendment, guaranteeing the right to vote regardless of race. Black men cast ballots in growing numbers. Reconstruction governments build roads, fund schools, and promote public health. It's imperfect, inconsistent, and always under threat. But for a brief, flickering moment, you think, maybe this will hold. But in the shadows, Southern white resistance is regrouping. In 1872, amnesty acts restore voting rights to most former Confederates. Slowly, white Democrats begin retaking power in Southern state houses. You pass through Mississippi and see the changed militias intimidating black voters. ballot boxes mysteriously vanishing. You hear the term redemption used like a holy crusade. What it really means is, take the South back, one state at a time. And up north, the nation begins to forget. Economic concerns rise. The Panic of 1873 crashes the economy. Railroads go bankrupt. Factories close. People stop caring about freed people in Louisiana when they're losing jobs in Philadelphia. You see it in the papersless ink for racial justice. More for market trends. The national will is eroding, but before it slips away completely, you stop at one last glowing milestone, 1875. The Civil Rights Act. It bans racial discrimination in public accommodations. It feels like a final push-a-hopeful gasp from a Congress that still remembers what the war was supposed to be about. You stand in a train station where black and white passengers briefly share benches, ticket windows, drinking fountains. It won't last, but for now, for just this moment, you sit beside an old Union veteran, his hat in his lap, watching children run across a station platform. And he says, "We didn't fight for nothing. Did we?" You don't answer, not yet. You watch as the sun sets on what historians call radical Reconstruction. Though to most people living through it, the word radical just meant finally. But now, as the 1870s wear on, the clouds are rolling back in. You feel it in courthouse halls, where black legislators are shouted down. You hear it in newspaper editorials calling for home rule, which is basically code for undoing everything Reconstruction tried to build. And you see it in the eyes of freed people, who once stood tall in polling lines, but now scan the trees behind them, watching for night riders. By 1876, the entire country is ready for a nap. A big one. The war ended over a decade ago. And while the scars remain fresh in the South, the North is exhausted by the constant battle over civil rights. You're in Boston when a shopkeeper waves his hand dismissively at a newspaper headline about voter intimidation in Louisiana. "Still on about that?" he says. "Wasn't the war enough?" You want to argue, but he's already counting coins for a customer. And so we come to one of the murkiest political whirlpools in American history, the election of 1876. You're there in the thick of it, standing on street corners, listening to campaigners for Rutherford B. Hayes, the Republican former governor of Ohio, and Samuel J. Tilden, the Democratic reformer from New York. It's one of the closest, messiest, and most consequential elections you'll ever witness. Tilden wins the popular vote. Easy. But the electoral vote? That's where things get murky. 3 southern states, Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina, submit 2 sets of electoral votes each. One Republican on a Democratic. You see both stacks of paper arrive in Washington like an awkward family reunion nobody wanted. The fight over who actually won drags on into early 1877. You walk the Capitol halls and hear shouting behind closed doors. Democrats threaten to block Hayes's inauguration. Republicans talk about upholding the sacred union. It's tense enough that you consider ducking under a desk. Then comes the infamous compromise of 1877. You don't get to sit in the back room where it happens, but you hear the results. Hayes gets the presidency. But only if Republicans agree to remove the remaining federal troops from the South. And just like that, Reconstruction dies with a handshake. You ride south again. Slowly this time. Knowing what's coming, federal soldiers pack up and leave. You pass them on the road blue uniforms. Grim faces. Tired salutes. With their departure, the last shreds of federal enforcement vanish. Southern Democrats calling themselves Redeemers sweep back into power. And they don't waste time. One by one, black office holders are driven out. Elections are rigged. Ballots lost. Polling stations burned. You watch a schoolhouse full of black children shudder overnight. Replaced by one-room facilities with broken windows and no teachers. Freed people who dared buy land find their titles revoked. Sheriffs look the other way as mobs burn homes. Lynch outspoken men and intimidate anyone with a voice. It's not subtle. And it's not sudden. It's death by erosion. The political cartoonists of the era draw grotesque masks of smiling repression. The real thing is worse. You follow a black veteran named Elijah through Mississippi. He fought with the 54th Massachusetts, carried scars from Fort Wagner. Now he's being told he can't testify in court. He's being told to step off the sidewalk when a white man passes. Feels like we fought for the moon. He says bitterly, too far off to ever reach. And yet, there are those who still push forward. You visit Tuskegee, Alabama, and meet a quiet man named Booker T. Washington, still young, still just a teacher, but already building something that will last. He believes in slow progress, in education, in economic strength as the path forward. Not everyone agrees with his methods, but you can't deny the hope in the eyes of the children who attend his classes. You also pass through churches filled with new black congregations. Ministers preach freedom with fiery voices and open Bibles. Spirituals echo from open windows. Drifting over cotton fields, faith becomes survival. Survival becomes resistance. Meanwhile, former Confederate leaders are rebranding themselves faster than a new mattress store. You walk past statues being erectedly on horseback. Jackson with sword raised. Davis looking stoic. You feel a chill as you pass each one. The lost cause narrative is being born, not as a whisper, but a public spectacle. School books begin to suggest the war wasn't really about slavery just, states' rights, and northern aggression. Historians still argue whether these myths did more long-term damage than the war itself. You lean toward yes. Back in Washington, attention shifts. The frontier calls. Railroads stretch west like reaching fingers. Gold is discovered. The Indian Wars dominate headlines. Native resistance. Massacres. Treaties broken before the ink is dry. You follow the trail of soldiers and settlers, passing through Dakota Territory, where a boy named Sitting Bull is already becoming legend. But that's another story. For now, Reconstruction has failed at least in the way its architects hoped. But it leaves behind seeds. You watch as the 14th and 15th Amendments stay quietly embedded in the Constitution, waiting for some Medicaid's later to water them again. You see black families holding tight to deeds, to literacy, to land, even as everything around them tries to snatch it away. You visit a freedman's cabin where the walls are plastered with news-clipping small victories. Names of teachers. A picture of Lincoln cut from an old campaign flyer. The man nods to it every morning. He ain't coming back, he says, but I still gotta walk like he's watching. By the 1880s, the South is redeemed, which in political terms means it's fully segregated, tightly controlled, and legally hostile to black freedom. Jim Crow laws begin to take shape slowly at first. Then, rapidly, you sit in a court gallery as separate train car laws are passed for the safety of both races. They claim you want to scream, but the judge's gavel beats you to it. Still, a few bright threads glint through the gloom. In Washington, Blanque Kappa, Bruce, a formerly enslaved man, serves as a U.S. Senator from Mississippi. His speeches are calm. His presence, electric. He's not alone. Black entrepreneurs, educators, and pastors across the South keep building, even as the foundations shift beneath them. And Grant, your old companion in mud and musket smokities in 1885. You attend his funeral. It stretches for miles. Black and white mourners line the streets. You overhear a veteran whisper. He wasn't perfect, but he never forgot the promise. The general is buried in New York City, in a tomb, overlooking the Hudson, as close to peace as he ever got. By now, most Americans think of the Civil War as something finished. You know better. You see it in every voter registration form denied, in every whites-only sign nailed to a doorframe, in every classroom where the war is mentioned, but slavery is somehow skipped. But you also see it in the persistence, in the black newspapers rising up, in the quiet defiance of teachers, mothers, veterans, dreamers. You remember Elijah, the veteran from Mississippi, planting a pecan tree beside his home. It grows slow, he told you, but it grows. And so do the people left behind. They haven't won, but they aren't finished. Not yet. You find yourself drifting into the 1890s like someone wandering through a house long since abandoned, stepping around the ruins of something that was once bold and new. The Civil War is becoming memory, not forgotten but polished, shaped, curated into stories that comfort rather than confront. You sit in on school lessons in Tennessee, where students recite neat little timelines but never mention the lash, or the hunger, or the slow horror of watching freedom fade like morning mist. It's history. They're told. Not a warning. The veterans are aging. You meet them on porches and in rocking chairs, cradling pipes and coughing up pieces of old battles. Union soldiers with trembling fingers still tip their caps when they hear Battle Hymn of the Republic. Confederate widows in mourning black still clutch daguerreotypes like talismans. The war is slipping into folklore, but the wounds are still pink beneath the bandages. And as the veterans fade, a new kind of remembering begins. You walk into a courthouse square, and there it is gleaming in the sun, a Confederate monument. Then another, and another. The United Daughters of the Confederacy are busy rewriting the past one marble pedestal at a time. Plaques go up in schools, in train stations, outside city halls. They speak of noble valor and the cause. and they speak in a way that never once mentions slavery. You feel the shift happening all around you. The lost cause isn't just an idea, it's becoming public religion. Southern generals are canonized. Lee, especially, becomes a saintly figure in bronze and literature. Children are taught to admire him not for his battlefield genius, but for his dignified surrender. Even in the North, there's a strange appetite for reunion. Statues of Union soldiers are erected. Yes, but they stand quietly next to their gray-clad counterparts, as if the war were a disagreement between cousins, instead of a fight over human bondage. You ride past parades where Union and Confederate flags fly side by side. Veterans from both sides shake hands for cameras. Though some flinch before they do, it's healing. Maybe. Or maybe it's amnesia dressed in bunting. Meanwhile, in the South, the law is busy ensuring that nothing truly changes. Jim Crow spreads like creeping ivy. Separate but equal becomes the law of the land, first in buses and rail cars, then in schools, hospitals, cemeteries. In 1896, you stand outside the Supreme Court building as Plessy v. Ferguson is decided. The court rules, with icy clarity, that segregation is constitutional so long as the facilities are equal. You already know they won't be. You've seen the broken benches, the cracked chalkboards, the overflowing train cars. But now, it's all legal. You want to shout. Instead, you walk quietly past Homer Plessy's neighborhood in New Orleans and wonder what it must feel like to fight so bravely and lose not just the battle, but the very language people use to describe it. Still, resistance doesn't it just changes shape. You spend time with activists like Ida B. Wells, a journalist who turns her pen into a blade. She documents lynchings with a cold, furious precision, exposing the lie that they're punishments for crimes. It's about control. She writes, it's about reminding Black people they're not safe. You attend one of her speeches in Chicago and watch the audience shift uncomfortably, not because she's wrong, but because she's so right. And lynchings, you see too many. In forests, by riverbanks, sometimes just outside courthouses. The mobs are never masked. Photos are taken. Postcards are printed. It's not just violence, it's spectacle. A warning wrapped in entertainment. A crowd pleaser. If your soul's already gone. But through it all, the community endures. You attend church services where voices rise in harmony, so powerful it makes your bones tremble. You sit in small schoolrooms where children memorize poems by candlelight. Their parents determined to give them a future no one else will. You walk through neighborhoods where every brick in every house was laid by hands that once picked cotton for nothing. By 1900, the Civil War has become America's favorite ghost story. Veterans' reunions are held, songs are written, movies start to appear grainy, flickers that glorify cavalry charges and noble last stands. The stories have changed. In the early days after the war, the Union had the narrative. Slavery was condemned. Emancipation was celebrated. But now, the Southern tale is rising again. Loud and polished, with just enough sorrow to sound poetic and just enough denial to feel safe. You sit in a theater in 1915 and watch the birth of a Naciona film that rewrites Reconstruction as a nightmare of Black rule and Northern cruelty. and portrays the Ku Klux Klan as heroic saviors. The audience around you cheers. Woodrow Wilson, the sitting president, calls it history written in lightning. You think of the graves outside Vicksburg, of Lincoln's tired eyes, of the children learning from worn readers in Freedmen's schools, and your stomach turns, but not everyone buys the fiction. In Harlem, in Chicago, in Atlanta, Black writers and scholars push back. W. E. B. Du Bois challenges the narrative with facts, with fire, with books that make readers uncomfortable on purpose. He refuses to smile for reconciliation. He says, "The cost of liberty is less than the price of repression." You see his words tacked to bulletin boards in tiny community centers and whispered between barbershop chairs. And then comes the Great War, World War I, and with it, another twist. Black soldiers enlist by the thousands. They fight in France, bleed in trenches, and come home expecting respect. Many don't get it. Race riots erupt across the country. 1919 becomes known as the Red Summer. You walk the smoking ruins of East St. Otis, Louis, where entire black neighborhoods were razed. You meet veterans still in uniform, asked to remove their hats on streetcars, and you see new resolve brewing. The Civil War didn't end racial injustice. It didn't even end slavery as an idea. It pushed it underground, reshaped it, and wrapped it in new laws and false stories. But those who were freed never forgot what they'd won and what it cost. And they never stopped pushing forward. In the 1920s, you hear jazz spilling out of clubs built on the bones of Reconstruction. You read novels and poems from the Harlem Renaissance that echo Sherman's fire in every stanza. The past is never far away. It's just humming now, behind every bass line and typewriter clack. You walk past a young girl in Alabama, holding a battered book of Lincoln's speeches. She's reciting the Gettysburg Address to herself like a prayer. You stop, smile, and listen. You've come a long way from Bull Run. But the road stretches on. You step into the 1930s. Your boots clicking across cracked sidewalks as breadlines stretch into shadows and factory windows go dark. It's the Great Depression, and the country is unraveling in ways that almost make the Civil War feel recent again. You pass men in threadbare coats selling apples on corners, women hanging laundry across alleyways, and children rummaging through garbage for scraps. The war feels far away, yet its echoes shape every hardship, because, while the battlefields are silent, the inequalities, born in the ashes of Appomattox, never really left. Down south, Jim Crow is stronger than ever. You walk through towns where the colored entrance is still around the side, where voting tests involve guessing the number of jelly beans in a jar, and where lynchings still happen. Quietly, efficiently, with no one ever charged. The Reconstruction Amendments remain in the Constitution. But in daily life, they're as faded as the ink on old muster rolls. You meet a black veteran of the Spanish-American War who tried to vote last fall. They told me my handwriting was too bad, he says, holding up hands gnarled from decades of labor. And I fought for them. But change is rustling. Franklin D. Roosevelt takes office in 1933. And with him comes the New Deal slate of programs aimed at lifting the country out of its economic crater. You walk past newly employed men laying bricks for post offices, building dumps, stringing power lines through places that still use kerosene lanterns. Some of the relief reaches Black Americans barely. You overhear a WPA manager admit, "We hire him, but not where white folks might complain." Oh, quote, "Still, you see sparks." The Civilian Conservation Corps includes Black workers, often in segregated camps. The Public Works Administration pushes for equal pay in some contracts. You meet women in Mississippi earning their first wages, building schools named after abolitionists they've only just heard of. They smile, thinly, and keep working. Meanwhile, the memory of the Civil War is being pulled in two directions. In textbooks, it's a story of courage and brotherhood, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, of gallantry and tragedy, with the sharp corners sanded down. You sit in on classes where slavery is mentioned in a single paragraph, where the war is called a war between the states, and where the Reconstruction period is summarized as a political mess. The lost cause narrative has won the classroom, but in living rooms, another story simmers. The children of freed people still carry their parents' stories. They remember the scars, the long walks to freedom, the land never returned, the justice never delivered. You sit on porches where grandmothers sip tea and say, "Your great-granddaddy walked from Georgia to Tennessee with nothing but a sack and a name. And he kept his name. Ode." Across the country, artists and writers begin probing that older story. You browse novels that refuse to romanticize the antebellum South. You hear songs that carry pain in every note. You attend a play in Harlem that portrays Lincoln as uncertain, torn, haunted. The war isn't clean. It's human. It's ongoing. Then, in 1936, something unusual happens. The United States holds a 75th anniversary reunion at Gettysburg. You go. You stand among rows of wrinkled old men Union and Confederate veterans, now in their 90s, many helped by nurses. Some in wheelchairs. Others standing proudly in faded uniforms. There are speeches, flags, even a reenactment of Pickett's charge. But this time, the attackers walk across the field slowly and are greeted with cheers. Not bullets. Hands are shaken. Hats are tipped. A few men weep openly. It's moving. It's real. But you also notice who's missing. Black veterans. Freedmen who fought for the Union and then spent the rest of their lives denied the freedom they'd earned. Their absence is loud, like a note left out of a song. You speak to a historian who says, "Reconciliation often comes at the price of justice." You nod. You've seen it. Then comes World War II. You board ships with Black soldiers from Georgia, Ohio, Illinois, descendants of slaves and abolitionists, alike fighting under a flag that still doesn't treat them equally. They storm beaches, fly bombers, serve with honor, and return home to Jim Crow. You walk with them through segregated trains, see them turned away from hotels, handed shovels when they asked for scholarships. But they are not silent. You hear the phrase, "Double V victory against fascism abroad and racism at home." Newspapers run stories about the Tuskegee Airmen, the 761st Tank Battalion, and other all-black units that perform heroically. You attend rallies where veterans say, "We fought with a gun in one hand and dignity in the other." Their patience is ending. After the war, the GI Bill helps millions of veterans go to college, buy homes, and start new lives. But for Black veterans, it's another broken promise. Local officials deny loans. Colleges reject applications. You meet a man in South Carolina who served in Europe, then comes home to find he can't get a library card in his own town. "You see the stars on my uniform," he says, "but not the man who earned them." And yet, these returning soldiers plant the seeds of something monumental. You walk beside them as they march in Birmingham. Sit in at lunch counters. Register voters in places where bullets outnumber ballots. They remember what their grandfathers told them the taste of Reconstruction. Bitter and brief, and they want more. They want permanence. In 1954, you sit in the courtroom for Brown v. Board of Education. The Supreme Court rules that separate but equal is inherently unequal. It's a legal bombshell. You leave the building and the air tastes different. But the resistance starts immediately. Southern states declare they'll resist by any means necessary. Sound familiar? And yet, you're smiling, because now the wheels are turning again. You ride with Rosa Parks through Montgomery. You stand with Dr. King at the Lincoln Memorial. You watch as crowds chant under banners, quoting the Emancipation Proclamation. You see, people raise their hands and say, "We are not asking, we are taking back what was promised." Oh, and through it all, you hear the war, still rumbling, in street protests, in voting drives, in every court case. It never really ended. It just changed forms. One night, you walk through a quiet museum in Washington. You pause in front of Lincoln's top hat, faded and cracked at the rim. You whisper, "They're still fighting, Abe." And in the silence that follows, you almost hear him say, "Good. Oh, because the long night isn't over yet." But the dawn is coming. You wake to a familiar chill knot from the air. But from memory, it's the 1960s now. And if you thought the Civil War was finished, you're about to get a very loud reminder that ghosts don't fade just because you stop saying their names. You're in Mississippi first, walking beside a group of teenagers as they approach a school guarded by men in suits who pretend not to clench their fists. The crowd outside is louder than any battlefield. Names are screamed. Bottles fly, and through it all, one girl adjusts her blouse, clutches hair books tighter, and walks forward. The civil rights movement is more than marches and speeches. It's a battlefield in its own right, just fought with different tools. You sit on a folding chair in a church basement as Dr. King speaks in tones both soothing and searing. He talks of the arc of the moral universe. But you can feel how heavy that arc is when carried day after day under fire hoses and snarling dogs. You trail the marchers from Selma to Montgomery, feet blistered, heads bloodied, but spirits intact. The signs they carry don't say vengeance. They say justice. That's not an accident. You remember those Reconstruction amendments? The ones smothered under Jim Crow for decades? They're stirring now. The 15th Amendment, ratified back in 1870, says you can't be denied the right to vote based on race. For decades, that's meant little in places where literacy tests and intimidation ruled the polls. But now, thanks to a relentless push from the streets to the halls of Congress, change comes. In 1965, You're there when the Voting Rights Act is signed. You want to cheer, you want to cry. And when you ride south again, you see long lines of black citizens registering to vote. Many for the first time in their lives. But for every step forward, there's a countermarch. George Wallace stands at schoolhouse doors declaring, "Segregation forever." Crosses burn again. Churches explode. You pass through Birmingham after the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing. 4 little girls gone, and the smell of smoke still clinging to hymn books. You meet a mother who says, "We dress them for Sunday," never thinking it's their last. You nod. You've seen what hatred does, and it never builds, it only burns. Still, the narrative is shifting. Slowly, but undeniably, you watch as Confederate flags, once folded away in trunks, begin appearing again, not on gravestones, but in windows and pickup truck bumpers, as symbols of heritage, of rebellion, of whatever excuse people can find. And yet, you remember where those flags once flew? You remember the men who sewed them, marched them into battle to defend slavery, then into government buildings to preserve its legacy through law. The myth of the lost cause remains strong, so strong that even some northern schools teach the war as a conflict over tariffs or Southern pride. Historians still argue how much of this was willful forgetting versus collective anesthesia. You wander through gift shops in southern towns selling Confederate shot glasses. Robert E. Lee was right, bumper stickers, and guidebooks that describe plantations as elegant old estates, with no mention of the thousands who bled behind them. But the counter-narratives grow louder too. In classrooms, teachers begin introducing more nuance. You see students reading Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, not just Lincoln's speeches. You visit a new museum exhibit that lists enslaved people by name, hundreds of them, etched into stone. You touch one and whisper it aloud. Elijah, age 12, cotton picker. The name clings to your tongue like dust. In 1989, something remarkable happens. Virginia elects Douglas Wilder as governor, the first black governor of any U.S. state. You stand among a cheering crowd in Richmond, not far from where Jefferson Davis once gave speeches. The irony isn't lost on anyone. Nearby, a statue of Robert E. Lee remains perched on his horse, silent and staring. Wilder never mentions it. He doesn't have to. You pass through the 90s and early 2000s in a whirlwind of contradiction. On the one hand, schools integrate more fully. Civil War documentaries find national audiences, and black voices begin shaping public memory like never before. On the other hand, you watch as Confederate battle flags fly over state capitals, defended as heritage, even as protesters beg for their removal. You're in South Carolina in 2000 when the state finally moves its Confederate flag from atop the Capitol dome to a memorial on the grounds. It's progress. Sort of. You ask a teenager what he thinks. He shrugs. Doesn't mean anything to me. That, too, is part of the danger when symbols are stripped of context and handed out like souvenirs. Then, in 2015, another bombshell. You're in Charleston when 9 black parishioners are murdered during Bible study at Mother Emanuel AME Church. The shooter draped himself in Confederate imagery. The outrage is national. You see the images people mourning, flags at half-mast, and then finally, that battle flag being lowered from the South Carolina Capitol grounds. Not everyone applauds. But this time, the flag doesn't go back up. That same year, the debate over monuments intensifies. Across the country, towns begin to question why Confederate generals still tower over city parks. You attend community meetings where people argue passionately, some for tradition, others for truth. One man stands up and says, "If we won't take them down, let's at least tell the whole story." He's shouted down, but others clap. In 2017, Charlottesville erupts. You're there as protesters gather around a statue of Lee, and white supremacists rally to defend it. It feels like a scene from a different century, except it's surrounded by smartphones and live streams. When violence breaks out, and a woman named Heather Heyer is killed, the nation gasps. Once again, the past has punched straight through the present. Since then, the statue debate has grown louder. Monuments fall. Some are moved quietly at night. Others are toppled by crowds. You watch them sink into history, slowly, as if dragged down by the weight of all they represented. But this isn't erasure. This is remembering differently. You now stand on the National Mall in front of the National Museum of African American History and Culture. It's a building full of pain, hope, and defiance. You descend into exhibits that start with slavery ships, shackles. Bills of sailing rise upward through emancipation, Reconstruction, resistance, to the present. On the top floor, you find Prince's guitar. On the bottom, a whip. History doesn't tie itself into neat bows, but this place lets you feel the knots. Near the exit, you find a quote from Maya Angelou. "History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again." You step outside. You breathe. The Civil War never truly ended. It morphed. It simmered. And it still haunts the maps, the laws, the debates, the dinner tables. But you've also seen how people challenge it. Not by pretending it never happened, but by insisting on telling the full story. And you're not done walking yet. You stand now in the thick humidity of a July morning in 2020, watching as people gather in the streets once more, not with muskets or bayonets, but with cardboard signs, phone cameras, and voices tuned to the pitch of grief and fury. The chants echo through downtown corridors, past shuttered storefronts and looming courthouses. No justice. No peace. It's not the first time you've heard it. It won't be the last. The name this time is George Floyd. But you've heard others, so many others. From Emmett Till to Breonna Taylor. You watch the crowd swell as young people kneel in the street, raise fists, light candles, and in city after city, you notice something extraordinary. Monuments are falling. Not just graffitied or questioned falling. Statues of Confederate generals, of slave owners, of men long dead but not forgotten, are pulled from pedestals and laid down like old gods. The echoes of 1,865 are suddenly louder than ever. In Richmond, you stand before the massive pedestal where Robert E. Lee once loomed for generations. Now it's covered in murals. spray paint, and handprints. Not vandalism reclamation. His bronze form, once seated and high above, is gone. You hear a woman say to her son, "That statue told one story. Now we're telling another." How? You think of all the years that passed in silence, all the times when monuments were built not to mourn, but to intimidate. Now, that silence is broken. You hear new conversations happening on park benches, on cable news, in city halls. People are finally asking, whose history have we been honoring, and whose have we buried? Not everyone welcomes the reckoning. You sit through city council meetings, where speakers alternate between righteous calls for change and nostalgic pleas to preserve our heritage. You see men with Confederate flags painted on their trucks shout about erasure, about losing their roots. You wonder, silently, whether roots built on human bondage are worth saving. Historians still argue how to preserve history without sanctifying injustice. You figure that's a conversation worth having loudly and in public. And while all this unfolds, the Civil War lives on in ways harder to sculpt in stone. You visit a school in Texas where the textbook still calls enslaved people workers. You read about voter ID laws in Georgia that just happen to make it harder for communities of color to cast ballots. You hear pundits debate whether the Confederate flag is really about racism, while a black family tries to sleep in a neighborhood with one hanging from a porch across the street. But resistance is no longer small and scattered. It's coordinated. You sit in on Zoom meetings where community organizers plan marches. You visit museums designed by black architects, filled with voices never heard in the textbooks of your youth. You read memoirs, watch documentaries, walk through street murals stretching city blocks. The war is still remembered, just more honestly. And through it all, Lincoln watches. His image is everywhere on pennies, on statues, in school hallways and protest signs. But he isn't untouched by the storm. Some challenge his legacy, pointing to his cautious approach to emancipation, to his initial belief that black and white people could not live together as equals. Others defend him as a man who grew, who struggled, who gave everything to hold the Union together. You remember his own words. "I claim not to have controlled events, but confess plainly that events have controlled me." You think? Maybe that's what leadership actually looks like. You visit Springfield again, his tomb quiet and cool under the trees. A tour guide whispers that people still leave pennies on the gravestone. You glance down and see a pile of them faces worn smooth from countless thumbs. You add one yourself, then walk away, shoes crunching on gravel. The South, too, is changing. You ride through Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi and see new things. Schools named after Medgar Evers, community centers honoring Fannie Lou Hamer, Black history curriculums integrated into lesson plans, not as a February afterthought, but as part of the full American story. It's slow, it's uneven, but it's happening. In some towns, descendants of enslaved people and slave owners meet in public reconciliation projects. They share stories, apologize, cry, hug. It's messy and not always cathartic, but it's real. You attend one of these meetings and hear a woman say, "We didn't start this story, but we're the ones holding the pen now." Hum. You remember those Reconstruction dreams, the 40 acres never granted, the votes suppressed, the schools burned, and now you see black farmers organizing co-ops. You see mutual aid groups, scholarships, voting drives. You see children who know Harriet Tubman, not just as a face on a poster, but as someone whose blood still pulses in their sense of justice, but the war still hides in corners. In online forums where neo-Confederates spread myths wrapped in memes, in courthouse architecture designed to intimidate, in economic disparities that trace back to sharecropping and stolen land, you follow redlining maps that overlap with former plantation zones. You hear realtors whisper coded phrases up and coming. Not quite developed to steer wealth in familiar patterns, you begin to realize that the Civil War isn't just a historical event. It's infrastructure. It's zoning. It's school funding. It's incarceration rates. It's flood paths and voting hours, and whose street gets plowed first in winter. It's in the bones of the nation. But bones can be reshaped. Scar tissue is still tissue. You ride along the new Freedom Trail in Alabama, which links Civil War landmarks to civil rights sites. You walk past signs once posted with warnings like, "No coloreds after dark," and now find QR codes linking to oral histories. Technology meets memory in strange but hopeful ways. You attend a small-town festival in Virginia, where black and white musicians share the stage. A teenager sings the battle hymn of the Republic, and a veteran of Afghanistan stands quietly with his hand over his heart. You see an old man, maybe 90, fold up a small Confederate flag and walk away, muttering, "Time to let go." And just when you think maybe the past is finally being laid down gently, you pass a street in a northern suburb named Confederate Drive. No one seems to question it. You shake your head, then smile a little, because even now, history whispers, sometimes in defiance, sometimes in fatigue, but always wise loud enough to be heard, if you're listening. You sit beneath a tree near Harper's Ferry, the leaves rustling just as they did when John Brown ran through these hills. You close your eyes and wonder what he would think of all this. Of the long road, the blood spilled, the ideas tested, the monuments raised and toppled, the freedom partially achieved. He might say it was worth it. He might say it wasn't done. He'd probably be right both times. You're drifting now, through the present day, the weight of centuries coiled at your back. The echoes of war grow quiet, but they never disappear. Not really. They hide in plain sight, in the names of counties, courthouses, and school mascots. They hum beneath the surface every time someone says, "That's just how it's always been," without asking who made it that way. The American Civil War may have ended on paper in 1865, but in practice, you're still walking through its debris. You stop by a high school football game in rural Tennessee. The bleachers are packed, the lights bright, the crowd roaring with pride. But something catches your eye. The team name, the Rebels. Their mascot? A mustachioed Confederate soldier, saber raised. You ask someone about it. Tradition. They say, nothing personal. And maybe for them, it isn't. But you can't help picturing a black student lacing up cleats in that locker room, staring up at a mural of a man who would have denied him freedom. That's not just tradition, it's memory repackaged as mascot. And it cuts both ways. Then you visit a courthouse in Georgia, built in 1902. still functioning today. Marble pillars, ornate fixtures, and a Confederate monument out front, topped with a stone soldier gazing stoically toward the horizon. You sit on the steps and watch people come and go, barely glance at the statue. Others look up with reverence, and one man spits as he passes. The monument says, "To our Confederate dead." It doesn't mention the enslaved, or the rebellion, or why those men died, just that they were brave. And that, it seems, is enough for some. But monuments aren't the only battleground. The internet has opened a floodgate of civil war, memory-some, accurate, some twisted, all loud. You scroll through comment sections on history posts and see arguments break out over states' rights. Slavery, tariffs, Lincoln's intentions. You see people call Grant a butcher and Lee a gentleman. You see heritage, not hate, hashtags next to pictures of Confederate flags. Even though that flag was revived not in 1865, but in 1962, as a protest against desegregation. And then there are the reenactors. You spend a weekend at a Civil War reenactment in Pennsylvania, watching grown men march in perfect formation, their uniforms crisp, their boots polished. You meet a group that takes it seriously, tracking button styles, drilling for months, staying in character for days. Some play Union, others play Confederate. You ask a young man in gray what the war was about. He says, "For me, it's about the bravery of my ancestors." You pause, then ask, "What were they fighting for?" He hesitates. "Their way of life." He finally says. You nod slowly. That phrase again. You've heard it 100 times. Never defined. Always loaded. Historians still argue how we should remember the war, should it be, as a national tragedy, a liberation struggle, a class rebellion gone sideways. Was it inevitable? Was it avoidable? Was the Union justified in using such total war tactics? Did Lincoln move too slowly, too fast? The debates rage on, and probably always will. But one truth stands clearer than ever. The war was about slavery. Every secession document, every declaration from 1860 to 1861 screams it plainly. Not tariffs, not trains, not honor. Slavery. To deny that now is to rip out the spine of American history and try to walk without it. You take a train down to Louisiana and visit a plantation that's been converted into a historical site. The tour guide walks you through a white-columned mansion. 2 points out antique. Talks about life in the antebellum South. But when you ask about the cabins in the back, the cramped, crumbling wooden shacks, she hesitates. That's the slave quarters. She says finally, "We don't go back there on this tour." You slip away and walk the dusty path alone. Inside one cabin, the floor sags. The air is musty, and the walls still bear scratches, initials carved into wood. You whisper a name aloud from the carvings, S. J. And the silence answers. Back outside, the tourists take selfies with the mansion. None of them glance your way, but then you head to another plantation tour. This time, in Mississippi. And it's different. The guide starts by naming enslaved people who once lived there. They tell stories about resistance, escape, sorrow, They say the word rape out loud. They speak plainly about suffering. You notice the discomfort in the group, the shifting feet, the silence. But you also notice the gratitude in the eyes of a black family, standing quietly in the back. You remember what someone said once, "The truth will set you free, but first it will make you deeply uncomfortable." As you travel more, you see these two paths over and over, one that polishes history into something smooth and souvenir-ready, and one that rubs it raw, knowing that healing only begins where truth is told. In Washington, D.C., you visit the African American Civil War Memorial. There, inscribed in bronze, are the names of the more than 200 black soldiers who fought for the Union. You run your fingers along the list, stopping at names like Isaac, Solomon, Peter. They don't get schools named after them, no highways, no plaque, but they changed history with every step. You step back and look at the statue above 3 soldiers. One sailor, all black, defiant, steady, indéniable. You wonder, how many school children ever hear their stories? You sit in on a college lecture about Reconstruction. The professor's voice is firm, her slides unflinching. She explains how the period was a brief window of possibility then, systematically dismantled. A student raises their hand. "Why don't we learn this in high school?" The professor smiles. "Tired. Because Reconstruction teaches you that the system can change. And that makes the system nervous." Then the pandemic hits. And suddenly, all the past bubbles back to the surface. People locked at home start reading more, questioning more, demanding more. Protests erupt across cities. Confederate monuments topple. Companies rename brands. You hear a teenager say on TikTok, "How did we let this last so long?" You want to hug them, and also tell them, it never really stopped. You're just now seeing the edges. The Civil War still determines who gets what school funding, who trusts the police, who owns land, who gets pulled over, who gets believed. The lines drawn in 1861 aren't just on maps, they're in the bones of policy. In zoning, in healthcare, in prison walls. You hear someone say, "Slavery didn't end, it evolved." That sticks with you, but there's something else too. You attend a Juneteenth celebration once obscure, now nationally recognized. There's music, food, speeches, a child dancing on their father's shoulders. An elder speaks to the crowd and says, "We're not asking for your pity. We're asking you to know our story, and then act like it matters." The crowd erupts. You see hope in that noisanote, the naive kind. But the sturdy kind that's earned, that's been through the fire. You remember what Frederick Douglass said long ago, "If there is no struggle, there is no progress." And here, in this gathering, you finally understand what he meant. The Civil War may be long over, but the struggle that heartbeat beneath everything goes on. And so must you. You linger now at the edges of history, drifting through its oddities, the bits that don't fit neatly into classroom timelines or solemn documentaries. These are the fragments, the weird legacies, the half-remembered habits passed down like dusty heirlooms no one wants to claim. The Civil War may be enshrined in textbooks, but some of its strangest shadows stretch far into today, hiding in places you'd least expect. Start with death. Specifically, embalming. Before the Civil War, very few Americans embalmed their dead. But the war changed everything. You stand beside a camp surgeon's tent in 1862, watching as bodies are prepared for transport back home. The chemicals are harsh, the smell unforgettable, and the process, well, let's just say it's not gentle. But it works. Families, desperate to see their loved ones one last time, gladly pay, and so a gruesome art becomes big business. After the war, funeral parlors spring up across the country, promising to preserve the departed in lifelike repose. Even Lincoln is embalmed 3 times. In fact, during his long funeral procession from Washington to Springfield, you catch a glimpse of a preserved body in an open casket and think, well, at least he looks peaceful. Oh, then there's mourning itself. Queen Victoria may have inspired the world with her eternal widowhood. But America took notes and added flair. You find women dressed in layers of black crepe, forbidden from attending social gatherings, writing letters on special mourning stationery. Some wear lockets filled with their husband's hair ore, even pressed into jewelry. You hold a ring carved from jetstone, with a tiny, braided loop of brown inside. Someone loved someone enough to wear part of them forever. Pudic. Also slightly creepy. You wander through antique shops and start spotting the odd detritus of grief as ritual. Black veils, death portraits, wreaths made from human hair. Mourning became not just etiquette, but identity. And while modern grief is quieter, you still see traces of this old world in today's keepsakes memorial tattoos, urn necklaces, detailed tributes. The Civil War didn't invent sorrow, but it taught Americans how to wear it on the outside. And then there's the language. You start noticing Civil War words sneaking into modern life. Deadline originally referred to the literal line around prison camp step beyond it, and guards had orders to shoot. That grim origin lingers every time someone scrambles to finish a term paper. Hooker, often thought to refer to General Joseph Hooker's reportedly relaxed policies toward camp followers, may not actually come from him. But the myth stuck. You pass a bar named General Hooker's Saloon and raise an eyebrow. History, always lurking in your happy hour. Meanwhile, you stumble across the oldest living Civil War widow eyes. Widow. In the 2000s, the media discovers a woman named Maudie Hopkins, who quietly married a much older Confederate veteran when she was a teenager and he was definitely not. It wasn't love. She insists more, like economic arrangement. And yet, their brief union ties her name forever to a war she wasn't even alive to witness. Historians chuckle. But it's also a reminder. The war's timeline stretches farther than anyone expects. Long lives cast long shadows. And, speaking of veterans, did you know reunions went on well into the 20th century? You attend one in the 1930s and find frail old men trading stories and songs beneath canvas tents, sipping lemonade and occasionally arguing about troop movements. They speak of battles like old loversome, fond, some bitter, all unforgettable. One Union vet brags that he still has his original kepi. A Confederate vet boasts about outrunning a Yankee cavalry charge at age 19. Barefoot, he adds, grinning, you suspect some exaggeration. But who's going to correct them now? You wander through Grand Army of the Republic, posts kind of like VFW halls but dustier, filled with flags, relics, and the smell of old varnish. You flip through their minutes and read entries about parades, fundraisers, grievances. One post complains about not receiving enough flags for Decoration Day, the precursor to Memorial Day, which began as a way to honor Union dead. Not everyone joined in. In the South, separate ceremonies emerged. Often on different days, even mourning had regional accents. And let's not forget the war's culinary residue. Ever had hardtack? You bite into one, preserved from a re-enactor's kit, and nearly lose a molar. Soldiers used to soften these chalky crackers by soaking them in coffee or frying them in bacon grease. And, speaking of coffee, did you know that Union troops considered it essential? So essential that some soldiers ground beans with their rifle butts and brewed it on campaign fires? Even in the middle of battle prep, you find one diary entry where a soldier calls it, "our only reliable friend." Same. Then there's the music. Dixie, the battle hymn of the Republic. When Johnny comes marching home, all still echo through the country. From school concerts to 4th of July parades. But listen closely. Dixie, adopted by the Confederacy, was originally written by a Northerner. Battle hymn, on the other hand, was born in an abolitionist's pen. Music, like memory, doesn't always stay loyal. You visit a Civil War-themed amusement park's. They exist and find families posing for photos in hoop skirts and gray wool. A man offers you a funnel cake while explaining the states' rights angle of the war. You smile politely. Later, you see a child waving a miniature Confederate flag, sold as a souvenir. It's unsettling. You think of all the stories hidden behind that flag, the plantations, the auctions, the resistance, and wonder what version that child will grow up knowing. And then there's the money. Ever notice how many southern states printed their own currency during the war? You hold a $10 Confederate bill in your hand, adorned with elegant script and bizarrely a portrait of a Roman goddess. It's worthless now, except as a collector's item. But during the war, inflation made Confederate bills so unstable that some people used them as wallpaper. You visit a house where fragments still cling to the wood beneath layers of newer decor, paper promises long since peeled away. Finally, you reflect on the strangest legacy of all, how a war so brutal, so divisive, so fundamentally centered on slavery, could become, for some, a source of nostalgia. Not memory nostalgia. It's there in reenactments that gloss over the horrors, in souvenir shops that sell plush General Lees, in politicians who refer to the Confederacy as honorable men. You visit a county fair where a local band plays "I Wish I Was in Dixie," and people sway gently, humming along. You look around and wonder, do they know what they're singing? Or have the words lost all meaning? But just as often, you find those who remember rightly. You meet teachers who assign incidents in the life of a slave girl, parents who bring their kids to sites of slave rebellions instead of only battlefields. You tour a museum in Memphis that devotes an entire wing to the war's aftermath, not just the battles, but the trauma, the broken families, the systemic damage that followed. These are the weird legacies, the leftovers, The parts no one put on postcards. The war ended over 150 years ago. But it's still hidden in your language, your rituals, your furniture, your food, your folk songs, your funeral homes. It's in your passwords and your textbooks and your TikToks. It's in the silence between two people who see the same monument and feel completely different things. And you keep walking. Through reenactments and graveyards, through pop culture and protest signs, through forgotten cemeteries and souvenir shops shaped like antebellum mansions. You're not just watching the war. Now you're tracing its fingerprints across everything, because history doesn't always leave footprints. Sometimes, it leaves breadcrumbs, and you're following every last one. You wade now into the thick fog of memory, the part of history not carved in stone but whispered. Edited. Repackaged for comfort. You walk through a town square at dawn. The sunlight catching the face of a silent statue. It's Robert E. Lee again. Or maybe Nathan Bedford Forrest. Or Stonewall Jackson silent. Dignified. Perched high and out of reach. Someone's tied a scarf around the base. Someone else has spray-painted traitor. It's quiet now, but you feel the weight of every argument that's ever happened here. You're not alone. Across the country, towns big and small are wrestling with the story they've been telling themselves for generations. The Civil War ended in 1865, but the storytelling didn't. It got louder, more creative, more deliberate. The North may have won the war, but the South, through sheer narrative, willpower, won much of the memory. You walk into a museum in 1920s Virginia that calls itself the Shrine of the South. The displays are reverent, but not toward the enslaved. Portraits of Confederate generals line the walls, each with poetic biographies. One plaque reads, "Defender of Home and Honor." Another says, "Hero of the Cause." You look around and realize the enslaved are not named, not pictured, not even mentioned. It's a memory constructed like a stage set gilded, choreographed, and missing its most essential characters. Later, you see the same thing in textbooks. In 1930s Mississippi, children are taught that slavery was a benign institution and that secession was about states' rights. You hear the phrase, "War of Northern Aggression," spoken by teachers who learned it from their own. It becomes a loophole generation, hands a bent mirror to the next. No one questions the reflection until someone does. The lost cause narrative isn't just regional, it becomes national. You sit in a theater in 1939 as Gone with the Wind sweeps the country with its romantic depiction of the antebellum South. Scarlett O'Hara clutches velvet curtains as Atlanta burns, and audiences weep. Not for the enslaved, but for the plantations. You notice what's missing: the chains, the whip, the auction block, and what's added: loyal servants, noble Confederates, moonlight and magnolias. But you're also there as historians push back. By the 1960s, scholars like Kenneth Stamp and John Hope Franklin begin rewriting the story, this time with receipt slave narratives, plantation ledgers, census d'état, letters. They say plainly what others wouldn't. This war was about slavery, about ownership of people, about power. You attend lectures where professors fight against decades of willful forgetting. You see students scribble notes like they're lighting matches. The fight over monuments begins in earnest Crete. You hear the arguments over and over. They're part of our heritage, says one group. They glorify oppression, replies another. You sit in public meetings where old veterans in Confederate gray speak through trembling microphones. You hear young activists read the names of enslaved children buried in unmarked graves nearby. One woman says, "We don't want to erase history, we want the whole history." The room is quiet for a moment. Then, someone claps. You step into Charlottesville, 2017. A city once known for quiet bookstores and college foot traffic becomes a powder keg. You see men in polos carrying tiki torches, chanting slogans older than the war itself. One man screams, "Jews will not replace us." Another waves a Confederate flag next to a Nazi one. It's disorienting. Like history, broke loose from its museum case and started marching again. A car drives into the crowd. Heather Heyer. Dies, and the statue that sparked it all? It still stands for a while longer. But across the nation, statues begin to fall. Sometimes by city order, sometimes by rope and crowd. You watch them topple some slowly, with cranes and ceremony. Others with sudden collapse and cheers. You hear the clang of bronze hitting earth and think, it's not erasure. It's correction. An edited chapter. Finally redlined. Still, not everyone agrees. You pass houses with yard signs reading, "Save our monuments." Politicians cry, "Cancel culture." But you notice something they're quieter than before. The moral momentum is shifting. At the same time, new monuments rise. In Montgomery, Alabama, you walk into the National Memorial for Peace and Justicia space, unlike any battlefield or granite park. Here, the dead are not generals, but victims. Hanging columns represent counties where lynchings occurred. Each one bears hundreds of names. You walk through slowly, reading. Some say, unknown. Some list ages 15. Arshar. 2. You stand still, overwhelmed. It's not about glory. It's about reckoning. Nearby is the Legacy Museum, which traces the thread from slavery to mass incarceration. You read about laws designed to punish loitering, to criminalize blackness. You see mugshots beside photos of shackles and plantation records. It's not past. It's present. And then there's social media, a new battlefield of memory. You watch as TikTok creators expose myths with 60-second clarity. Young people fact-check their grandparents. Threads go viral, explaining the real cause of secession. Quoting 1,860 declarations verbatim. You smile when a teenager says, "I learned more from this thread than 4 years of history class." The gatekeepers have lost control. Still, memory is complicated. You visit Gettysburg and find tourists reenacting Pickett's charge with selfies and water bottles. You sit through a bus tour where the guide uses the phrase "tragic misunderstanding" to describe the war. You check the plaque at a cemetery. It lists every Confederate dead by name, but none of the enslaved who died on the same land. You visit museums struggling to balance these tensionsome with rotating exhibits, some with new signage explaining context. You meet a curator who says, "It's not about taking sides. It's about adding the sides that were always left out." She gestures to a photo of contraband camps places where freedmen gathered under Union protection, trying to build new lives. This was part of the war, too. She says, but who teaches it? Memory is a tug of war. You feel it in monuments, in museums, in classrooms, in comment sections. It's not just about what happened, it's about who gets to frame it. And the framing? That matters, because the stories we tell about the Civil War shape how we treat each other now, who we honor, who we mourn, who we listen to when policy is debated, when laws are passed, when cities are redesigned. If we tell the war as a tale of mutual bravery, we erase the stakes. If we tell it as a tragedy without villains, we comfort ourselves but betray the truth. So now, you ask yourself, who gets remembered? Who gets forgotten? And what story will you help tell next? You move now through the present like a slow exhale, trailing your fingers across the warp and weft of a nation still stitching itself together. There's no cannon fire anymore, no columns of smoke rising from burning fields, but the ground still rumbles with the tremors of old battles. And as you walk past courthouses, city parks, school boards, and headlines, you realize the Civil War never ended in silence. It ended in argument, and you're still in it. Everywhere, you see echoes. You pass a high school debate about what to name the new library, Lincoln or Douglas. You listen to city officials in Alabama vote to rename a boulevard that once honored a Confederate general. The room is tense. The argument's fierce. But the motion passes. Barely. You hear one official sigh as they leave. History's heavy. Man. Yeah. You've carried it too. And then there's the classroom. You sit in the back row as a teacher in North Carolina carefully opens a lesson with, "So, let's talk about what really caused the Civil War." You watch young hands raise, some eager, some unsure. One student says, "I always thought it was just about states' rights." Another chimes in, "My dad still says that." The teacher gently unpacks it, showing secession documents on the projector. Right to do what, they ask. The silence says it all. And that silence, that pause, that's progress. Meanwhile, textbooks are being rewritten, not just edited, but restructured. Stories once left to footnotes now lead the chapters. You read about Harriet Jacobs, about the Port Royal experiment, about the first Kansas Colored Infantry, not as trivia, but as turning points, as essential as Gettysburg, as consequential as Lincoln's pen. You smile. Someone is finally rearranging the frame. You attend a reenactment not of a battle, but of a freedmen's school in South Carolina. Children in 1860's Harpersight-Putri copy letters, play games during recess. A black woman, playing the teacher, reads from the Bible and says, "We are learning because we were never meant to." Parents clap. Some cry. One visitor whispers, "This is the most honest Civil War reenactment I've ever seen." At the National Archives, you run your hand down the original 13th Amendment. The ink is faint, but the intent is clear. You think of all the lives it didn't save in time, and all the futures it's still trying to protect. Nearby, a small plaque reads, "Freedom is a beginning, not a destination." You nod. You've seen what happens when people think it's the finish line. The Civil War shaped how Americans see liberty. Who gets to claim it? You attend a rally for prison reform and hear a speaker tie mass incarceration directly to the black codes and convict leasing. You remember the Southern legislatures of 1866 scrambling to re-enslave people with new paperwork. The chains didn't disappear. They just got new names. And yet, here you are, in a future they never imagined. You watch descendants of enslaved people walk into courtrooms as attorneys. You see children of Confederate soldiers advocating for reparations. You meet people falling in love across lines. Their great-grandparents died defending. The war's bones may lie buried, but its heartbeat? Still audible. Still evolving. On the news, a heated debate unfolds over voting rights. A new law passes requiring more ID, fewer polling places. You shake your head, it's not new. It's Reconstruction again. Just with better fonts. You watch activists organize, just like they did in 1867. Flyers, Zoom calls, grassroots energy. Same fight. Different tools. Someone tweets, and so, the war keeps echoing. In monuments moved. In books, banned or reclaimed. In laws passed. Repealed. Passed again. It ripples through parades and protests. Courthouse steps and school boards, barbecue joints, and ballot boxes. You can't escape it, but you can reshape it. Because memory is muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. The Civil War isn't just about 4 years of carnage. It's about 400 years of resistance, of telling the truth, of refusing the easy version. You return to Appomattox one last time. The house is still there. The parlor where Grant and Lee met. The tables. The chairs. The quiet. You walk slowly, imagining Lee's pen scratching across surrender terms. Grant, muddy and unkempt, politely offering peace. No triumph. No gloating. Just a nation, paused on the edge of possibility. Outside, the wind moves through tall grass. A ranger speaks softly to a small group of tourists. A child points to a bullet hole in a nearby fence post. Is that real? They ask. The ranger nods. Very. You kneel. Touch the splintered wood. You feel the past. Not as history, but as heat. As something still smoldering, and then you stand. Because the war doesn't get the last word. You do. And now, you exhale. Gently. Slowly. The dust has settled. The stories are told. The cannons are quiet. You've walked through battlefields and bedrooms. Through courtrooms and cotton fields. Through statues and school books, and into the deepest corners of a nation still trying to reckon with itself. You've seen how quickly memory can become myth. How monuments can speak louder than truth. And how history isn't just something we study, it's something we carry. The night is quieter now. Outside your window, the world softens into shadow. You think of all the voices left behind in this story of those whose names never made it to plaques or textbooks, but who lived and breathed and bled for a better world. You honor them not just by remembering, but by refusing to forget, and by listening. Your body is still. Your breath deepens. There are no more battles to watch tonight. No more timelines to track. just the faint hum of a country, ever restless, still dreaming of what it might one day become. You close your eyes, not to escape history, but to rest with it, to let it whisper, to let it settle into the quiet space between thought and sleep. And if you hear voices in the dark Union or Confederate, enslaved or free, grieving or unbowed just, know they're part of the long chorus that makes this country what it is. Complicated, wounded, hopeful, still unfinished. Sleep well, traveler. You've earned it. Sweet dreams.